How you doing, guys? What's going on? I'm gonna open up this video on my laptop. I'm running the stream off my phone right now, and I'll be able to see the chat on my laptop. Hopefully you have no problems anymore. I've had some problems with not putting the phone on Do Not Disturb, with using the laptop, which is lagging. That's why I'm using my phone. Sorry, that's just the ads in the background there. And I've had problems with checking my messages while I'm doing the stream. So I got a drink here to pour. And we'll have a toast to Chuck at Iron and Oaksawmill. His unfortunate recent passing over this weekend. Okay, I've got that on mute. We've got 8 people in here now. Thanks for stopping in, guys. So I got this bottle as a gift. I'm waiting for the chat to load up here. I see it on my phone. Timon's in here. And my phone's just, my laptop is just taking a minute to load up. So we'll see. Okay, yeah, I see things start coming in. Len S, I guess you shortened your name, and that's Len Swan. Okay, got my ice here, and I'm going straight, no mix, guys. I'm not really trying to get wasted or nothing tonight, but, you know, have a nice strong drink. And we'll get into how I know Chuck. And it's obviously from on YouTube. So let's wait for some more people to come in. Joseph Grant, thank you for stopping in. Joseph Grant is another one of my good YouTube friends, and also Chuck has been one of the more familiar people that I've been with on YouTube. So yeah, I mean, I've gotten to know a ton of people. Somebody knows the El Dorado, Guyana's finest. So that's where it's from, eh, Andrew? Okay, yeah, Andrew. Yeah, you're the guy who had the was on the news because the tire went through your windshield on the highway, right? I'm pretty sure that's who it is. It's just always hard to figure out people's names with the faces because I don't see faces, right? So Daniel Atkins is in here. You know what, Daniel? If I set up the streaming program to do this stream, then I'm gonna ask you to be my moderator, and I'd like to have more of a consistent pattern. I don't want to do too many live streams, but I would like to have moderators. You know, I don't need moderators right now. We got a good community anyway. I'm not too worried about people making bad comments or anything like that. But yeah, Daniel, you know, Daniel's one of my original Woodhound friends on YouTube. Okay, guys, Daniel goes way back, and Daniel's seen plenty of my videos, you know. So he's watched me grow, and I've watched him grow, and he kind of brought me into the Woodhound community to know a bunch of people. It's him and JPF, Joe's Firewood videos. They're the ones who brought me into the circle. Joe brought me onto his live stream one day, and Daniel Atkins told me to come to the Back 40 Firewood channel. I'm going to hold the drink up and say cheers to Chuck Rogers of Iron and Oak Sawmill, and to Deb, his wife, and who's his lovely wife and his assistant. And, you know, I've been watching their videos for some time. A friend of mine's into sawmilling, and I kind of got interested because of that. And I saw that Chuck and Deb, you know, they have their firewood stuff going on, but they're mainly a sawmill channel. So, yeah, I started watching some of their videos. You know, Walter Gregory's in here. How you doing? Okay, Joseph Grant asked what happened to Chuck. Okay, well, unfortunately, Chuck passed and had a heart attack this weekend. And it's a shock because, you know, he's someone that we know, for one thing, right? But he's been a great part of the community, and someone with a lot of heart who's been commenting in the live streams. He's been joining in the live streams and everything. And he's been watching my videos and stuff like that. Not just my firewood videos, but my non-firewood content. He's been watching some of those. I want to get into that kind of information later, and, you know, the relation that Chuck and I have, right? I do have a bunch of comments. I searched my comments in my YouTube videos that Chuck left here. Cheers to Chuck and Deb. I didn't take a swig. That's what you're supposed to do when you raise your glass up. So anybody with a glass right now, Let's have one for Chuck. Okay, let's go in the chat for a little bit. Joseph asks again how things going. Yeah, it's a long weekend here. They actually made a family day weekend, so I spent it with my little daughter. We went to the trampoline park, and she likes jumping around. She actually just went for a coding examination because apparently she's brilliant. She's on like genius level with math and stuff like that, right? And I always knew she was intelligent, but I've never seen her do anything really skilled. But the testing was done, and that's the result of it. So I heard that, and I was like, wow, you know. So she's only 5 years old. She's not even in first grade yet, and she's already showing impeccable skills with math and stuff. So okay, Bill Irwin's here. Hello, Anthony, and all the Woodhounds. Stash Pontoon is here. Stan the Bass Man is here, guys. He's the guy who, when I go up to the lake and I go for smallmouth bass fishing, he lives right on the lake basically, and we've gotten to know each other by going to the boat launch over the years. And so he's joined in. Shibe is here. Chuck was a wealth of knowledge and a great friend. Sure, we will miss him. Sure we will miss him. Okay, so anyways, let's start out by talking about how I've got to know Chuck. He's come to my channel and he's checked out my videos, and we had a few chats, kind of, you know, our own side chats in the videos that or sorry, in the other live streams out there. You know, we've kind of had our own thing going on, talking about things, and one of the things we were talking about was Chuck coming to Canada at some point, because he says he always wanted to come to the Niagara Falls, Canada side, right? Because for those who don't know, I'm in Canada here, so I get the better falls. I get the Horseshoe Falls and that big view, right? They do get that view in the U.S. too, but they are mostly what they have in their geography is the American Falls, right? Anyways, so Chuck, it's not that Chuck and I have this history of friendship. I mean, I've only been on YouTube 2 years, so I met virtually everybody here, pretty much with the exception of Stan the Bass Man. I met everybody here within the last 2 years, right? I'd say most of them, you know, within a year and a half, right? Since I started going on the live streams, and since my channel got bigger, I opened up to more people. But I guess for about a year and a half, I've gotten to know Chuck. So I'm gonna go into some of his messages here. Like I said, when I searched all the chats that we had within my videos where he commented on my videos. So we'll just go through them here, and let me see which one we're gonna start here with first. Okay, that's the top one. So okay, yeah. So no, I should start from the bottom. That's where I should start, because those were some of the older ones, and then over time we get more familiar with each other, right? Okay, so I'm not going to be able to see the chat for a minute here. I'm just going to read through these quickly. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, so so I did a celebration for my first year on YouTube, and I was talking about how I got into the firewood business overall of it, and it's basically I talked about how I was in Scouts when I was young and did the outdoor life. Then when I got in when I was 20, I started going camping and stuff, and then I started using firewood to cook my food, and then I got a wood stove in my shop, and then eventually I just decided to get into the firewood business since I was getting wood for free, and I thought you could market this. So I was talking about that, and talking about the Scouts. He says, we'll always remember those experiences in Scouts, camping any time of the year, no matter the weather, in a tent and sleeping bags, cooking over an open fire, packing in, packing out, and accomplishing so much throughout that time. And that was my experience. I did winter camping. We did a 20-mile hike in a weekend when I was 10 years old with full pack on, cooking over the fire, all that stuff. My response was, that was some good training. I can't imagine Scouts today existing back then My friend took us fishing 7.5 hours away in the early 2000s, and out of all the places in Ontario, I couldn't believe that the campground that we went to that day was one that I went with the scouts. Chuck responded, some great stories in your video. Iron and Oak Sawmill, thank you. I'm so deep into what I know and do. I think everything is just above average as most. Maybe that's humility speaking. Okay, the next one is congrats on reaching your goal. This is, I believe, when it was, yeah, 2,500 subs. And I said onward and upward. Next one. Great news about the truck. I had some issues with my truck, basically. Stinks they called someone about the scrap job, and just remember, when one door closes, another one opens. I had went to do a scrap job, and we had to kind of bring everything to the a scrap metal job. We brought everything, me and my helper, we brought it to the window. We were going to throw it out of the window into the truck, but I didn't have my work truck at the time. I couldn't get a 40-yard bin, which would have made it the easiest to just throw them right out the window into the bin. And even getting a U-Haul, I'd have to throw them outside and go down there and throw them back in. So that's what he's referring to. Okay, next one. I was doing a video about cherry smoker wood, and he really liked the smoker wood aspect of my videos and talking about that. And he once told me that he had a hard time getting apple wood, you know, and it doesn't really grow in his area. So I said, okay, well, you know what to do. If you're ever at a golf course, just look on the sidelines or whatever, you know, in the rough. And what people do is they go to the golf course and they have the apple cores after they're eating their apple, and you just chuck them, and then sometimes you have apple trees growing there, right? Sometimes at the side of the road as well, that happens too. That cherry sounds like, or it sounds like what we call choke cherry, or sorry, sour cherry. And I'm talking about the trees that grow here in the city of Toronto in people's houses. And it's not the black cherry, it's like an ornamental cherry, which is virtually the same, except you could tell it's softer wood, and the bark is a lot smoother. I said I've always wondered about those trees. All what I get are planted at homes. There's plenty of forest in Toronto, and I'm sure there are some black cherry within in the natural forest. And Chuck said black cherry has he's describing the bark here, the scaly bark, and the sour cherry is a smooth bark, like you described. Yeah, it's like flat bark, and it has like these sideways slits on it, right? Almost like, you know, birch has those lines going sideways. It's kind of like that, you know. Next comment. After this, we're going to get into just the last week, because many of us were not just spoke to Chuck, but we also, some of them interacted with him face to face. Okay, so it was a lot going on last week prior to his passing. Okay, next comment. Smoker sounds like a good idea to get into. I'm still looking into that market here. And I told him, go for it, man. You know, there's a couple other people with the YouTube channels. I told him, yeah, get into the smoker wood. You can make more money off of it. And it's easy to produce. And, you know, might find another aspect of your business to get going on, right? Okay, and I said, it makes a difference at double price. They think it's a good deal. Because I sell like the big 50-pound onion bag, and yeah, 20 bucks. So it's basically 20 bucks Canadian, which is like maybe 16 bucks American. So I would sell 10 bucks Canadian for a bag of firewood here. So whatever your price would be, that's, well, I mean, if you guys are selling at $8 a bag, that's like equivalent. You guys might sell it for maybe 7, whatever. Maybe you have a really big bag and you have for 10, whatever. But, you know, I'd go double price on the smoker wood, right? So that really helps. Unfortunately, the smoker wood is not really selling because people can't afford meat that much anymore, you know, and we're in the middle of this whole inflation thing, right? Let me see here. Okay, the next one says, also I did a shorts about a giant burl, and this burl on this maple tree is a sugar maple burl. It was about this big, literally right around. The whole side of the tree was this giant burl. So I thought of Chuck while I saw it, and so he commented on it, and it showed up in his shorts feeds. Save it if you can. And I didn't know if the tree cutters were going to cut that tree. I came to pick up some wood, and they had to come back to pick up, or they had to come back and cut more. I don't know if they're cutting that tree, but I never heard from him about coming back to that job site. So I don't know what's the story on it. But he says weigh it and sell the whole thing by the pound. That's quite different because firewood you can't usually sell it by the pound, right? But I mean it's big enough that a little bit of moisture or whatever, you can't cover everything precisely. He says get a hold of Canadian Woodworks. Paul Lemiski would love to mill it and then turn it into some awesome furniture. I said there are some trees that have to come down there. Oh yeah, I'm telling the story basically what I responded to him. And somebody else asked how much is that worth, and no, that's the end of his comments anyway. Other people commented on that video. Okay, I did a live stream when I went to the tree service company that's near my Woodyard, and I went to pick up wood, and Chuck says, I never got a notification when you were live. Would have been nice to see live. Good variety of firewood for sure. I said, I wonder why that is. I wanted to give notice ahead of time, but I had to make sure that there was wood there. I have to literally drive there and see what kind of species there are before I can dedicate myself to making a video, right? I don't want to call the people and ask them what's there. I just want to go there and leave them alone. I'll just do my own thing, right? So it's usually spontaneous. I also said even though there wasn't much there for me, a lot of crap comes down here, so I expect that. But my experience has taught me well in knowing what to basically pick up and what not to pick up. I'm just looking in the chat here. I see John Albrecht is here. Yeah, might as well say hi to people. Tim Stout is here. Who else? The Saw Surgeon is here. Thanks for turning up. Adam Moggy up in Georgian Bay, up by 30,000 Islands. Ontario. Some more firewood. How you doing? Is this Dana or is this your daughter here? Who else is here? Larry and Robin is here. And I think we've kind of caught up with who's here. Yeah, we've caught up. Okay, so next chat here, or next comment. Let's see. Okay, so I'm usually working at night in the Woodyard because I do my day job during the day. So he says, you work around the clock or what? I have to zoom in because it's showing up so small on my laptop. Here we go. Need to find a good source for black locust around here. And I said, I've been busy lately, but I'll be cutting my work hours soon with an implement that I'll be revealing soon. I had a little hush-hush couple secrets for the community. This was back in maybe June or something like that. And no, maybe this was July. I was behind in editing. But anyways, timing there's a little bit of difference from timing from when this message came out, when the video is out, and what was actually happening, what he's referring to anyway. But yeah, I've been busy trying to bring in busy trying to work on my hours and bring some implements in to cut down my time in the Woodyard so that I'm not there late. I told him that there's clusters of black locust here and there. And then Joe's Firewood video is actually added to this comment, and he said there's plenty here, and he's referring to Michigan State in his area. Basically Plainwell, what would that be, central Michigan, I guess, west of, you're kind of near Kalamazoo, that kind of thing, that kind of area out there. Okay. You always make the most of every piece. Nothing goes to waste at all. He's talking about how I use cutoffs for smoker wood, and how I use like all the cutoffs and the crotches for boiler wood, and then all the chaff that comes off the machine, I sell that for kindling. And I said, yeah, only bark escapes into another person's hands. Okay, next one. And talking about the changes, I was talking coming to the Woodyard. He said, can't wait to hear the big changes coming. Just a couple of vids to put out, this is my response, just a couple of vids to put out prior to. It's all coming out the week after this. And I guess I might as well just tell you, or talk about what I was referring to. Well, I moved my Woodyard, so I moved to another location. Excuse me. And then my homemade splitter, I actually got repaired about the same time. Okay. Here's another one. Day or night, Anthony is making it happen. I said, you bet. That driver was the best. Not only did he have the master key, he's talking about the guy who brought my totes on the flat deck. He actually had a master key for the skid steer, so we could use the skid steer to unload the truck, right? So yeah, he had the master key, and he told me he couldn't charge me the full 185 per hour, and it took him, I think he was there about 10 to 12 hours, right? So imagine what that would have been. Even if it was 10 hours, that would have been $1,850 he would have had to charge me to move, because he did 2 trips and he helped me unload, right? So 185 an hour, because it was such a daunting task. He bought me lunch, which was at the smokehouse near the Woodyard, and helped unload, and only charged me $850, but I still gave him a few bucks more than that. Chuck says, Ontario Firewood Resorts, that's a good way to do business. I said, exactly. He knows that you win some, you lose some, but giving is not losing in the end. Okay, next one. I'm just getting to the last couple here. Now, so I got my splitter repaired, but I had some more breakages in it, and I kept doing the repairs. It was about 2 times, and then I had a couple additions added on to the splitter. So the splitter is in the fab shop like 3 or 4 times. But it busted twice, basically. So he says, busted splitter, never a good thing. I hope you can figure out something to help support it. I know Wood Miser made a similar splitter. Maybe you can look at theirs and see how they did it. There may be others you can check out as well. Well, I basically copied my design of my splitter off of the Tempest, if you guys have ever seen the Tempest machine. Okay, I said I'll put a guide halfway up to stop it from tilting. I didn't put a guide in it because the fabricator told me it might, if the whole box wedge tipped, that whole guide system, it'd mess it up. Maybe the guide, it would just pry that thing out of place, right? I was actually going to take a stainless steel rod and put it in the sleeve and have it there, but he says, yeah, if it moves, then it's just going to be jammed up in there. Okay, next one. He says, do you ever sleep? See you working at night a lot. And I said, I don't get enough sleep. Ran into obstacles putting this one out with some glitches, talking about the editing. Editing keeps me up after splitting. So I do my day work, I get to the Woodyard in the evening, and I come home and I do some editing on most nights, guys. Editing keeps me up after splitting, which is after my day work. I'm going to bed now. I don't know what time that was. I can't see what time, but no, you know what? That's probably when he got up in the morning and I was still up. I had released the video. He saw it, left a comment, and then I told him that, yeah, okay, I got your comment. I'm responding and I'm going to bed. I said, I came home instead of splitting last night. It was supposed to rain. Yeah, so I was at home editing. I came home instead of splitting last night. It was supposed to rain, but too hot anyway. Rain till late afternoon so I can sleep and then take the splitter for repair. At least all the rain we've had is coming before the long weekend, and that's when I was going fishing for the long weekend trip up there with Stan the Bassman. Chuck says, gonna be busting big rounds. Hope the beast is fixed soon. He's referring to the splitter. I said, yeah, they're gonna weld a plate around the riser of the box wedge that will utilize the underside of the deck to keep it from tilting. Have a good weekend. I never did that. I thought I was gonna just put a plate so that it hug up to the underneath of the splitting deck so that it couldn't teeter. But what I did was actually the guys just took a bunch of plates and the sleeve, they just welded a bunch of plates around it so that everything couldn't budge in there. Because the problem is my cylinder is pushing on the box wedge, and the box wedge is, over like maybe a foot higher than where the cylinder is pushing. So when the wood's pushing up here, it creates a tilt effect because the ram on the cylinder is way down here, right? So I haven't had any problems since. Okay, any more comments? Yeah, I think there's a couple more here. Just picked up a conveyor just like yours. Trying to find any info I can on it. Has some damage, but nothing I can't fix. Not much online about these things. No, there definitely is no information, almost zero information about the Little Giant conveyors. And speaking of, I just sold it last week, guys, because I really don't need it that much at the Woodyard. I kind of have to move it around a lot if I did need it. But yeah, it's so few and far between that I need that conveyor, and I don't like tinkering with all kinds of equipment, right? That's always sucking time out of me, even though they help with time. But you know, I just got rid of it and doing some more manual labor, right? I said, ask me anything. I converted mine to gas, and it needs a lever to engage and disengage the motor for the pulley to start. I told him to oil it up. I've heard some say they never oil it, but I say it's metal on metal, so it needs to be oiled. I'm also in the scrap business, so I see how items are, you know, they wear and tear because they're not maintained properly, right? I go through all kinds of equipment, and you can see the damage that happens to them. And here I am doing a firewood delivery and tipping the box, and you can hear that sound. You guys know that signature sound when the wood's falling out of the truck. So he says, sounds like bowling pins going down. You know it's good then. And I said, it especially sounds like bowling pins with all the sugar maple, because that's what the pins are made of. Did you guys know that? And there was a lot of sugar maple in that load. Okay. Now here's about me selling, this is in reference to me getting to 2,500 subs. A little bit of a celebration video. Or no, sorry, just a mention. It wasn't a celebration video, but I mentioned it in one of my videos that I put out. Well deserved, my friend. Keep up with the great content. You won't believe the number of people you are helping out here. And I said, thanks a lot, man. I'm giving a lot, but still feel like a small fish out there. But you got to start somewhere. Cheers. Yeah, and that's it with the comments, guys. So let me just go back to the chat here, and then we'll talk about what happened last week. And then things changed dramatically in a couple of days. So what happened there? I hope I didn't close YouTube. No, I didn't close YouTube. Okay. One sec here. I just got to move the phone so that I can get back over here. Yeah, okay, here we go. So Belt Loop 29 is in here. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. Haven't seen your videos and whatnot haven't popped up, but I've been thinking about you guys. And Dave Collier, every once in a while, Dave, he pops into one of my videos and checks it out. But I've been meaning to come back and check you guys out, you know? So you guys are a nice little community in itself. You guys remind me of the Woodhounds. All these people getting together on the live streams and everything. Great bunch of people. You know, I've always said that's the Woodhound community's got a lot of great people, but there's plenty of other communities out there online. Okay, so, all right, going through the chat here. Yeah, I've gone through these already. I'm pretty caught up here. John Albrecht says he's working the night shift. The small woodlot is here. How you doing? The small woodlot says, I just brought in four small truckloads of cherry, walnut, and bunch of oak. Thank you, Anthony, for hosting this time of memorial. How you doing, David Hurdle? No problem, man. You know, like I said before, Chuck is one of my closer woodhounds. One who's we've had a bunch of conversations, you know, above the rest that I usually have with everybody here, right? So I just went through the comments there, as you saw. I went and researched pretty much everything. There were some that weren't too relevant. You know, there's not much juice in the comments, so I left them out. But that's pretty much all the comments that I had there. Yeah. Okay. So last week. So. Okay. Well, let's say the last 3 weeks. About the last 3 weeks. We should start off with Brad at Firewood at the Furnace, and how we had the event there. And it was called the Fellowship at the Furnace, and he just had an idea to bring in, you know, a couple splitters and a few people, and, you know, have a little jamboree or whatever and split some wood, right? But then it turned out to be like 5 log splitters and 98 people, right? So apparently his nerves were a little racked because it just got overdone. They ran out of parking and everything, and Chuck was there, right? And he brought his splitter down. No, he didn't bring a splitter down. How did it go, guys? Because I haven't even been able to watch that video yet. I've been missing out on some videos that I want to catch up on, so I didn't actually see that video yet, guys. But anyway, so he was there. Now, this is what I started off with saying earlier was, yeah, okay, Chuck's in the Woodhound community, but he was meeting up with a lot of people face to face before what happened here, right? So that there was that event, and then he went over to Shibe's, and Shibe got the Easton made 1222 from him, and or Shibe, did you go there? Because I didn't even catch that video either. But anyways, basically they met up and they saw each other face to face. So then last week, Chuck had a road trip to do for business. Not sure exactly what that was, but he went and he stopped by Joe's Firewood videos, right? And he went and helped them deliver some hickory, and then they went out the same restaurant that they were delivering the hickory to. They went out for lunch, and Chuck covered the bill, right? And then you guys went out for dinner or something like that after too, and he covered the bill as well. And then he had a couple live streams after that, and one was when they were in the hotel, and I caught some of that. And then I believe it was Thursday morning, or was it Friday, guys? I think it was Thursday, but then they had a live stream, and it was about 4 hours, and they were heading home, and that was in the morning, so I was just on my computer for a bit before I was heading out to work. So I was talking to them while they were heading back, and they were in the 4Runner. I'm a Toyota guy, right? So they were heading back home through Michigan State and back into Pennsylvania where they live, right? And so yeah, that was Thursday or Friday. Woodruff Woods is in here. Thanks for stopping in. Will Davidson is here. Thank you guys for coming in. There's a bit that was missed, but we haven't been going on that long. We've only been about actually probably exactly half an hour. We're 32 minutes right now, yeah. So yeah, so then since that Thursday, I guess it was, the weekend came around. I'm out doing my thing, and then I saw a comment in Facebook, but I didn't really check it because I was just kind of going through my phone quickly. And then I went to the Outside with Shibe live stream yesterday, and then I saw there was a bunch of comments giving prayers and support to Deb, and I was kind of doing something at the same time, so I didn't scroll up through the comments to see what happened. So I said, "What happened, guys?" And then someone told me what happened, and Chuck had passed, and guys, like, it hit me, man. I shed some tears yesterday at two different occasions, and it's like I was saying earlier, it's not that Chuck, we have this long history, like we're these friends, like we've met each other or this kind of thing, but we've had our own conversations amongst each other, in other live streams and stuff like that. So, when some people, they just they're congruent and they just end up, being friends like that, right? So that's why it kind of hit me, you know what I mean? And we talked about him coming up to Canada sometime to visit. I said, "Hey, you guys want to come up? Come on up, man. Take you by the Woodhound, whatnot." And we talked about Niagara Falls, and they're familiar with the American side. And he said, yeah, he wanted to come over and see the Canadian side of the falls, right? So I said, yeah, come on up. I'll give you guys a tour or whatever. I'm only an hour and a half from Niagara Falls, where the Woodyard is too, right? So if they wanted to come and check out Toronto, I would have, said, "Hey, man, just come anytime, and then we'll go out and do stuff. I'll show you guys around, whatever. You want to go up into the woods, and you want to go see my buddy Sawmill, and whatever. Let's go, man. I'll put the time out for you guys if you guys come up here, So it was, yeah, it really hit me, guys. And I've had an occurrence in my life that kind of, it took my edge off, being emotional. I went through something myself. I'll tell you what it is in a second, but I've experienced death before, very close to me, and I felt a sense of helplessness, and I didn't react I didn't act out, kind of thing, because I'm at peace in my mind. I'm at peace with God, so I know how to level myself when I have stress. So I have shed tears about that thing that I experienced, and what it was my son passed, right, when my son was about 14 months old, and that whole time it was a hard time for me before even he passed, and I found myself that when I get emotional, I might cry, that I would cry, but my body would kind of stop crying, and I kind of suppress it. You know what I mean? So the emotion was still there, but it would just kind of die off. You know. So I shed tears for a couple minutes at separate occasions yesterday, and you know, it just hit me, man. Like I said, guys, do I know Chuck that well? But you know what it is? It's when you know the goodness of people. It's when people appreciate you as a person. They see that you're hardworking, and that's that really stands out in the firewood community, because we know that firewood is hard work. It's an archaic way of heating, and you know it hasn't even been obsoleted yet. Well, it has, but we still use firewood. What I'm trying to say is it's so archaic and it's so laborious that you know we still do it, right? It's not like other things that get phased out and we just don't do anything. You know, like you know, eventually one day we probably won't have, you know, a laptop or desktop computer, right? You know, it'll be smartphones or something a lot easier, right? There's a lot of stuff that just gets phased right out. You don't need it, but firewood will never be phased out, you know. So people who deal with wood, they know how much work it takes, and that's what a lot of people have seen in me on YouTube here. They see that I work my ass off. You know, I load a 40-yard bin in 3.5 hours by hand with 6 full cords. You know, I'm out there working at night. I go to the tree service company or the job site and I load up, you know, 3.5 tons of wood by hand with no dolly, right? So he's seen that in me, and I've seen the good character of him that he has, you know, just this big heart, you know, and he's just excellent with people. I've seen how people receive him as well. And that just spreads across the board, you know what I mean? So this is not something that's very unique for me or him. It's the whole community, but you know, sometimes it just, those things, that's what life is, guys. That's why life is beautiful. It's when there's those unspoken moments that you can feel the energy without the words said. You know what I mean? And I feel that for a lot of guys out there in this community, because there's just so much love out there, you know what I mean? And it's great to have these friends all over the world, and tell you the truth, it's really my kind of thing, to be able to know people here and there and all over the place, and they're familiar with you, they know what you're talking about, they know the type of thing you're involved in, they understand that, right? Even stuff outside of firewood, you know, I relate to people on a lot of things, you know, fishing, politics, history, tourism, all kinds of things I relate with you guys, you know what I mean? And I think that all comes out of the natural life, the outdoors life, and we understand, you know, being in tune with that it's really humbling, and it's really character building, you know what I mean? So I'm glad I've had that experience. I'm really glad that I've met you guys and got to experience this community, and it's rather unfortunate that we have this situation happen to us. So, you know, I want to give a shout out to Deb as well, because, you know, Deb is definitely going through a hard time right now, and the rest of the family. So let's just raise our glass to Deb too, and you know, give her some strength, give her some energy just from in our chairs here while we're watching. I sent Deb a message earlier, and actually I was supposed to bring up that message. I didn't really check to see if I got a response, but I did send a really nice message talking about just only a few words, but just basically saying what I just said about the connection that I have to Chuck, you know, and yeah, so hopefully, you know, I hear back from Deb, and, you know, I think another way we could support them too, because they're going to have funeral costs, is that we should all go to their channel and watch some of their videos, excuse me, and we should go to their merch store and buy some merchandise. Speaking of, I actually have an Iron and Oak sticker on my log splitter. I only have a few stickers, and to show you that my friendship is a little closer to Chuck than some of the others, I only have a few stickers. I have TC's Outdoors, right? I don't know TC's Outdoors that well, but you know, you reached out and said send a sticker, and we swapped. Anytime somebody asked for a sticker, I swap with them basically, right? But so I got TC Outdoors, I have JPF, Joe's Firewood Videos, I have Adventure Roads, which is not a firewood channel, but they do a little bit of firewood. They're actually buddies of JPF, and they're both in the same state of Michigan. And I also have Iron and Oak Sawmill, right? So that goes to show you, that we were close as much as we didn't know each other that well, So, sorry, cheers. You gotta actually sip, right? And yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead for a while, and Chuck's channel, they were just about to do a celebration video for 30,000 subs. And I noticed that, they're already 1,700 subs past that mark, right? When you're creating a channel, it'd be nice to go and do your thing about your milestone right when you get to that, right? But it doesn't work like that, you're doing all this work that is the content of your video, and running the content creation and doing the actual making the videos and stuff like that. That's a whole other process, guys. It's not this da 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 upload, type in, cut out this, that. It's a lot more than that, guys. So yeah, they're a little behind, and they're planning that. I'm even planning my 2-year anniversary, which is January 12th, and it's now February 20th going to the 21st. So I haven't even started on my 1-year celebration, right? Or sorry, 2-year celebration and anniversary combined with reaching 500,000 views. So I'll be getting on that soon. I'm going to release that on like a Sunday. It's going to be like maybe a 25 minute video. So I'm waiting to do that. But yeah, so they got to 30,000 subs. So just imagine how many people are gonna be missing them, or missing Chuck, and the fact that the channel's gone. You know what I mean? So they've really reached out to a lot of people there, and done well with that channel. You know what I mean? So and I wouldn't say that they're trying the hardest, but they've done quite a lot of videos. They are trying hard. Don't get me wrong on that. I'm not saying haven't been trying hard. But a lot of, it's like someone like me, I try hard and I put all these extra things in the videos. That's where I'm coming from. It's when you really pour a lot of time into doing it beyond the amount of time that it already takes, right? But I was just scrolling through a bunch of their videos to look, and they did tons of short videos, and I didn't see how far back they started the channel, but they've been on there for a few years now, right? At least, right? So yeah, I'll be going back and checking out some of the videos, just to even see what I missed from before, right? Let's go to the chat here. Okay, so it was Friday. Okay, so Timon said it was Friday that happened. Okay, Bill Irwin's got to go. Yeah, thank you, Bill. Thanks for coming in and checking everything out here. Belloop says, just curious, can anybody see this chat post? Yeah, we see it. So, okay, Tim Stouts answered that question. Yeah. So was Jimbo. Sorry, Jimbo, I didn't say hi to you earlier. I saw that you were there, but yeah, how are you doing, man? Thanks for coming out. AJP Sawmill, I guess you're coming from the Iron and Oak channel. I'm pretty sure. That's just a guess, really, right? So sorry to hear about this. May you rest in peace. Sending prayers to Deb and the family. Yeah, thanks for that. Belt Loop says hard work. Walter Gregory says, Anthony, you are a true friend to all of us. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, guys, and I really appreciate people being loyal to each other. These days people, they don't give their time, they don't give their effort to people. It's hard to get people to respond to a message these days. They were losing the integrity of being dependable and of being consistent and all those things, and it really upsets me, man, because that's the type of person that I am. I've got my flaws, and I've got my hindrances, and I got my voids, whatever, these things. But one thing I am, and I think I'm like on the cusp of Gemini and Cancer, and Cancers are loyal, right? So I think I have that sense where, like when somebody says they're going to do something, it's like, hey man, like you said you were going to do that, right? I'm not upset overall in a way, but it's just like, come on. I was thinking about you mentally, and I had you in my mental space, right? That we were going to go somewhere, that we're going to do something, or I was going to hear something, get an answer, or anything like that, right? So yeah, it's I like when people are friends to each other, and they keep consistent and they keep reliable, right? The small woodlot says our prayers are being sent to Deb and family. This is another huge loss to the community as well. And guys, I don't even know the half. Like I said, I'm around 2 years. I got to know Chuck maybe a year and a half ago, more familiar. I'd say in the last year. I'd see him a lot on the Outside with Shibe channel during the live stream. I'd see him in the Joe's Firewood videos in the live stream. And yeah, I guess I'm beyond familiar with people, right? But this community is so tight, you don't have to be around forever just to get to know people. You get to know everybody because you're seeing them every week, especially if you're on also Back 40 Firewood channel, that live stream, they're on there, he's on there too, Okay, Chuck says he joined their channel because of you. Or Uncle V says, RIP Chuck, I joined their channel because of you. Woodruff Woods, the thing that stood out for me with Chuck was his generosity. Yes, and you know what? The thumbnail I took for this video was when he shaved off his beard, because I was used to seeing Chuck when he didn't have his beard, right? Because I started my channel in January 2021. So I didn't see that he had the beard until, was it this year? Maybe I think maybe I saw him over last winter, he had the beard. But I kind of more know him without the beard, right? So it's funny, same thing with Chris in the Woodyard. When I started watching his channel, I saw him with a beard, and I saw him in the summer with no beard, right? But a lot of guys are doing that. Even JPF, he's had the beard over the winter, and then he's clean shaven in the summer, right? Yeah, so what I was saying about the thumbnail, I looked for videos that were shorter than 4 minutes so that I could download it quickly and hasten this feed going on, because I know it's getting later later into the evening. So I just picked a 4-minute video that would download quick, and then I took that image off of there, and that was him shaving, basically because he's volunteering for he was a volunteer medical technician, right? So that's why he had to shave, because he had to wear the COVID mask, right? And you can't have the full seal if you have with the N95 mask if you have like a beard, right? So that's where I got that photo from. Firewood at home says prayers. Jimbo says very true, Darren. Greg Popel, is that how you say that, or Popel? Is that a French name? I don't know. We have a lot of French here in Canada, not so much in Ontario, but Eastern Ontario and Quebec. So when I see like the ELE kind of the ELE together in a name, it's reminding me of French. James Bainton, who lives 5 minutes from my Woodyard. He says, I had really only discovered Iron and Oak Sawmill in the past couple of weeks. They had a very interesting live stream about the Great Lakes. Chuck was such a nice guy. You know what? I'd actually like to watch that live stream about the Great Lakes. It's too bad I missed that, because as a fisherman, I started to get to know the Great Lakes. And I guess I've always had a fascination with the Great Lakes growing up, even before I knew anything about fishing. I remember we'd go on the ferry on the Toronto Islands, and we'd take the ferry across. There was Center Island, which is like a family park with our amusement park rides and everything. And I just remember going on the ferry, and I remember waiting the ferries at the dock at the pier downtown, and just looking in the water. Not just looking across and looking what the sights are to see everywhere. I used to look in the water, and I remember the contrast of the Great Lakes water, which was green back then, and now it's crystal clear because of the zebra mussels, right? So the water color and clarity has totally changed over time because of the zebra mussels. So I'm going to go back, and that's going to be the first one that I watch, right? I was watching another I was on another channel, and James, what was that we were watching? We were talking about the Great Lakes the other day. I can't even remember. I watched so many videos and speak with so many people. It's like everything's just a mess in here, guys. There's so much things that I've forgotten that will more than so many other people will ever get to know or acquire knowledge about in life. I'm like I used to be a bookworm when I had time to read, but I just absorb information. Like even if I'm not interested in whatever, I'll go and look at it just to learn what it is to understand. And I hate being around, or I hate being the one, and I don't mean this against other people, but I hate when people tell me about something or they went somewhere and they have no idea where it is they went and stuff like that, right? Or even when people express opinions and they don't know any information about it, they just kind of regurgitate stuff, right? So I'm like a vacuum for information, you know? Um, was that the same live stream? Yeah, I guess yeah, that was the same one, right? It had to be because, yeah, it couldn't have been something else. Yeah. Okay. Jason Lee, hello. Thanks for coming in. Um, Let me go back up through the, sorry, yeah, Barry Thompson, heartfelt sorrow to the family. Thanks, Anthony, for the report. Yeah, no problem, man. I'm sure a lot of people like to hear different experiences of dealing with Iron and Oak Sawmill channel. You know what I mean? And interactions, and you know, where there's a little bit of a like a nostalgic mind state, whereas when somebody passes, you want to talk about those memories that are there and kind of relive that person, you know. So I'm happy to bring you guys my own personal experiences with Chuck over the last year and a half, you know. Yeah, Jason Lee says, been praying for Debbie and her family. The small woodlot says, my beard is gone now for the warmer weather. Yeah, and we've had a really warm winter, guys. This has been like the best winter in a long time. Mark Wakeland, how you doing? Just imagine if all of Chuck and Deb's subs would send Deb $10. That would be amazing. I mean, what's a funeral going to cost? Like, I don't know. I'm just guessing, but $10,000, right? Yeah, James. Now it's coming to me about the live stream and talking about it. And didn't yeah, that was the same live stream that when they were driving home, or no, sorry, where they were in the hotel room. I think that's how it went. Anyways, I'm just catching up to the chat here, so I'll see the answers to the things I'm referring to here. And I believe he was saying, yeah, it's nice to know about all these different things about the Great Lakes, right? It's all coming back to me now. Um, yeah, my short-term memory isn't so good anymore. I think one of the things too is because I've seen a lot of my life, and there was a point where I was trying to block some of the experiences out of my life that I went through, and kind of not intentionally either. You know, it's even when you can act calm and cool through a situation, your mind and your body's still going to react. You can't exempt yourself from um, emotion, and you can't exempt yourself out from your physical body reacting. Not necessarily you doing irrational stuff, but you can't stop your body from reacting. You know, it's your body will just change even if you're just sitting there, right? If you're going through stress, you know, if let's say you're not punching the wall, or you know, you're not getting a drug or an alcohol habit or anything, your body is still affected by things even though you don't lift a finger, you know. Um, okay, so yeah, I'm pretty sure when I go down here, James is gonna say, yep, that's the same live stream that we were talking about. I know it's just last week, guys, but I have so much things that I have to contemplate all the time. It's hard for me to keep up. My memory used to be like, I'm forgetful in some ways, but my memory used to be impeccable about remembering details about what happened not too recently. You know what I mean? Um, I'm not a total write-off. If you bring these things up, they'll come back to me. It's just sometimes I need a prompt, you know. Wood says, I will share one memory. In August, Shibe, Firewood at the Furnace, and I met at Iron and Oak. I remember that, Darren. Chuck handled the controls of the mill, or Chuck handed the controls of the mill to me and Brad. We were the first he trusted to run it. Nice. The small woodlot. Hello, Daniel Atkins. Daniel says, at least in the Mazda world. Yeah, Daniel's a Mazda guy, and he's actually, he said, what is it, a motor is getting shipped over to Ontario here soon. Um, and me and him, we talked a long time ago about Mazdas, because I had an 82 RX-7. That was my first car. You know, so Daniel, I kind of related on the whole Mazda thing. And I put some pictures of the car on in one of my videos. Okay, so we're all caught up with the chat here. So anyways, let's have another swig. All my ice is melted, and I guess maybe I should get some more. I don't really drink straight liquor, but there's something in my genetics that has to do with my country of origin. I was born in Canada, but my parents were from Trinidad, and they drink a lot of hard liquor there, and maybe that's where I get that tolerance. I don't consider myself the most able drinker. Drinking makes me tired, right? But for some reason, I can handle my liquor. I've had plenty of drinks over time in social occasions, but I'd never have a drink like, just any day of the week just for no reason. But I find putting the hard liquor on some ice, I can drink that. So give me like 1 minute. I'm gonna go get some ice. I'll be right back. Might as well put a little bit more in the glass too. Not really trying to get drunk, but because I'm talking means I'm not really drinking much and I'm just sipping, so I'm still pretty sober. I'm not gonna put too much. A little more. Okay. Funny, someone knew this rum. I didn't look to where it came from, but it came from one of my customers in a scrap job, and the guy named Andrew, the viewer, he lives here in Toronto, and I guess he's Guyanese background too, because he knew that it was Guyanese alcohol. Guyana is a country in South America. It is in South America. It's separate from the Caribbean. My parents are from the Caribbean, but they share a similar culture. Now, if I say South America, you guys think Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, and all these Spanish or Portuguese speaking countries and stuff like that, right? And Guyana is different because it shares like a more West Indian culture, right? But yeah, so what happened to him was he was all over the news because a car tire had come from the other way on the highway and crashed right through his windshield on his car, so it nearly killed him, right? And yeah, it was a big news story here. It even made CNN. Okay, cheers, guys. Let's raise the glasses to Chuck Rogers at Iron and Oaksawmill, and to the rest of the family, and those who are mourning his loss. I have a couple healthy swigs, that's where I could get it done. I don't want it to go warm on me and I have all the ice melt again. I'm not going to go too much longer here, guys. I don't know, maybe another 15 minutes, but how about everybody share any stories that you have with Chuck, because I've kind of run out. I've extensively gone through my history, and like I said, my history is relatively short, but for those who didn't hear before, I was saying that Chuck and we just kind of hit it off, you know what I mean? There's that unspoken energy, that some chemistry that people have with each other, and for no real reason, like they might relate on a couple things, but they just kind of form a bond, and so anybody else, just bring up any stories that you have with Chuck there. I was actually looking back at the video. That's why I shed some more tears again, because I was looking at the video with Joe, and when Chuck and Deb were in Michigan State, and Joe was delivering the hickory wood to the smokehouse, right? And it's, if we have somebody that we lose in the community, everybody's kind of here, there, and everywhere, but it's just, like I said, the last 3 weeks, Chuck was face to face with so many people, He was there with, I guess, Will Davidson, WD-30. You were there, right? How many people were there at Brad's event? There's a few of you Woodhounds there. I think, wasn't Bill Irwin there? Who else? Because, like I said, I haven't seen that video, guys. So I know some of the faces, some of the guys who don't have their own channel. They have the picture of their face in their YouTube account, right? So I could recognize some people that way. But anyway, so there was, I don't know how many, maybe half a dozen, maybe even a dozen people that had interacted with Chuck at that time, right? So after that, then, or was that before that with Shibe, when when Shibe brought home the Easton made 1222, right? So Shibe saw him recently, right? I saw you. Shibe actually sold his dually truck to Chuck, right? And that was back in, was that spring of last year? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was the spring. And then most recently, I guess maybe Joe's Firewood videos was on the Thursday. And then I was actually looking to see if Joe did a live stream, but I know Joe was kind of down this week because he was dealing with his medical situation. But I went to look for the live stream, and guys, if you don't see me on Joe's live stream on Sunday, because like a lot of times I'm out editing a video and I'm up late on Saturday night, and then I get up to go hang out with my little girl on Saturday morning, you know. So I'm lucky if I get to make any breakfast here before I gotta get up and get out of here. It's like such crunch time, and I've had like, you know, very little sleep trying to get up and make these accommodations with, you know, trying to run a video for Sunday and trying to go see my little girl, you know. So I was looking out for Joe's live stream, and I didn't see it this week around, so he didn't have one. But let me go back to the chat here. Shibes, I see Shibes showed a story, but let me go back out in the let me go back up. I gotta scroll up in the chat here. Okay, so small. No, I gotta go back up a bit more, just a little bit more here. Okay. James says it was a live stream right after the Joe show. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Was that Sunday? Yeah, the week before Sunday, I guess. Or was it? I can't remember, guys. So much stuff always going on over here. P.S. I can bring the splitter again when it's a bit less muddy. Yeah. Well, it's gonna be muddy in the spring. And it's been muddy throughout the Woodyard this already so far, because, you know, it's been so mild this year. It's like a quagmire, you know. It's like a World War I quagmire in the trenches without the blood and guts, you know. So yeah, no, you know what? I got to get some wood stacked up there, and I want you to bring the 8-way wedge this time, and you know, we'll get some real wood processed. James Bainton has the Easton made 32 or 37D, guys. And I didn't even know that he had that one. I might have asked him before about, I even forgot if he had an Easton made or whatnot, right? But I was talking in a video, I was like, what splitter does he have? I can't remember. Is it a Wolf Ridge? Is it Easton made? I don't know. And then it's like, okay, it's might be most likely an Easton made, right? Because we're in Canada here. That's where they're from, right? So I thought, like, what is it? It's like a 1222 or something. He's like, it's a 37D. I was, no way. Like, what a sicko, you know? He went all out, right? And he was telling me this story about how he said, well, might as well just get all the bells and whistles, like, just get the top one right there, you know what I mean? So we did that, and he brought it by the Woodyard. But I had a pile of wood that was sitting there for a long time, and I kind of picked through it too. Left all the black locust there, and I picked out all the other sugar maple, Norway maple, and stuff like that to split to mix in my crates. And I said, when I start some new crates, start them all off with black locust, and they're all small diameter. So I said, don't bring the 8-way wedge. Just bring the 6-way, or sorry, the 4-way wedge, right? So he's gonna come back, but I gotta get some rounds in there. Spring's coming up. I've been getting wood, but not that much wood. But I'm gonna start in that same section. I'm gonna put a whole line of like big wood, so that we can split some. We can do like a lot, you know. And you'll see me like Mario with when he runs into the star and he starts flashing all the rainbow colors. That's how I'm gonna be when I'm peeling wood off of the splitter and trying to move it away from there, because that thing's going to pump wood out really fast, guys. I mean, I couldn't even keep up with the 4-way wedge, right? I was trying to load the wheelbarrows and dump them in the corner, and I just couldn't keep up with the Easton made. So we were in like slow mode, and we were, yeah, I was already on my toes then, you know. So next time he comes around, I'm gonna be like Super Mario. Okay, the Moonman 4 says, cheers, IRP Chuck. Yes, thanks for that. Cheers again. Daniel says to Woodruff, that's a good memory to have and definitely to hold on to. Definitely, man. You know, anytime you meet people, it hits you, man. It's one thing, I haven't met Chuck, you know. get to know people. There's personality. It just speaks for itself. There's already something there. It's not, well, that person's somewhere else. That person's 1,500 kilometers, 1,000 miles away, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. No, you still feel that. You know what I mean? Distance doesn't matter, guys, right? It's the energy. It's what's inside. That's what matters. You feel that. That's what you get from people, right? We have personalities. We're not just some biological blob walking around this earth, man. Like, just randomly, we just came here out of nothing, and nothing means nothing, and we came from nothing, and we go to nothing. No, when you feel that feeling in your heart, and you have that emotion for people that you interact with, right? That's called living. That's what life is all about. It's not just we're here because we're a bunch of chemistry that works symbiotically with itself. You know what I mean? Look at the consciousness that we have. Like, that's so powerful. You know. Small Woodlot says, back in the day, I had a 626 with RX3 Wankel engine and a nice little turbo. Yeah, that's what the old Mazdas had, guys. It had the rotary engine, which is almost the same as a Rotax engine, like the helicopter engine. Same kind of concept, but still different. Will Davidson says, here. And Outside with Tribe says, cheers to the Chuck and family. Moonman Force says, I'm designing a sticker right now. Hopefully Joe's pick is good enough. Chuck's sharing of his knowledge was just great. He was an encyclopedia. I guess that's why we're a kindred spirit, Darren. Like, I'm like an encyclopedia too. World War II. Any and everything about World War II, I know about that area because I was just fascinated with it. There's one thing with I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because of the movies. You see, like, these people just on this mission, and they have this equipment, and they do all these things and whatnot, and it was encompassing the globe. That's kind of really why it stuck out to me, and I just got right into that. And I probably have the world's biggest private collection of World War II documentaries in the world, guys. So I'm also happy that my Woodyard is actually, or sorry, not my Woodyard, my shop beside the old Woodyard. And well, that whole area where the old Woodyard was in the shop, which is across the street, that whole area was a bomb assembly or an ammunitions facility, assembly facility in World War II. And there was a GM plant that used to be there. And the GM plant used to actually make tanks, right? So we have a little bit of World War II arms production right here in Canada, right here in Toronto, and right where my wood shop is, and there's a bunch of tunnels underground and stuff like that, right? And this spring I'm going with another guy to explore it. He has some with gas meters to check the gas readings in there and the air quality levels and stuff like that. We're gonna finally go in there. I've been talking about this for a long time, but we're gonna go in there and we're gonna check that out. Yeah, and then hey, you guys know more than me. I don't know Chuck so much to know about his vast information, but I guess because he's got a lot of information, he appreciate that I bring a lot of information, because that's what he mentioned in one of the comments in my videos. He said you wouldn't believe hearing so many things. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. He said you wouldn't believe how many people you're actually helping out here. So. Okay, I got lots of battery power, but I won't be on here too long. I gotta go and do a couple of things, right? So I don't know, maybe another 10 minutes or so. But I'm just going with the comments. I'm kind of going with the flow, guys. Right? I don't necessarily want to just finish up, but this is our community, the Woodhounds, and I'm very proud to be a part of this community too. And actually, you know what? I got an idea for a video, guys, and it's gonna take me a lot of time. I put way too much time in my videos editing, but I want to make the Woodhound movie, right? And not really the movie, because if I did it that way, I would take all types of clips from people doing stuff and putting it together, and that's really hard work. If I think about it, what it's like if you were to make like a whole conversation and a whole plot line and everything, and you take clips of everybody saying stuff, that'd take a really long time. So I think I'm going to make like just a shorter form video and just, put a bunch of clips of people doing funny stuff or experiencing things, whatever, and say this is like an official production for the Woodhound community. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Okay, I saw. Wow, you guys are really commenting, eh? I guess how many people are in here? We've had consistently like 20, 25 people in here, up to 30. Okay, yeah, let me go with more with the chats. I like to talk, guys, so let's include you guys in it. Um, okay, going back. Uh, Small Woodlot is talking about the RX-7s. Or sorry, the well, I mean all the Mazdas, whatever. Sorry. I will never forgive myself for not making it that day. Oh, so Moon Man, you were supposed to go then too on one of those occasions. Walter Gregory says I spent over 7 hours with Chuck and Deb on their live stream trip home from Michigan, and yeah, I was part of that. If you guys look in the chat, I was in that live stream. That was in the morning when they left, and I had to get up and go to work. Um, yeah, even now, like that's hit me, guys. It's I'm not the tears, or you could feel them coming, because it was like I said, it was Friday. And when did he pass? When did he actually pass, guys? Because I don't know. Did he pass on the Sunday morning? I think that's what I maybe read, but I don't know exactly when he passed. Um, Will Davidson says roughly 85 Shibes TCs outdoors, everything Elliott Dude Ranch. There were a bunch of YouTubers and people wanting to run the equipment. Yeah, so that's all the people who were at the fellowship at the furnace with Brad at Firewood at the furnace. Outside with Shibe says, yeah, these comments came in a while ago. Sorry guys, I'm trying to keep up here, man. I first met Chuck in person when he bought my dually, hit it off pretty good, and then he came back to my buddy Sam's to mill some timber. Then the whole trip with me and Brad Woodruff at the Paul Bunyan show. Guys, I'm hoping to come down there. I got to get my passport renewed, and I'd like to come down there and meet you guys, man. Like I said, I used to go to the U.S. all the time when I was young, and I'm pretty sure I passed by. I know for a fact there's some people who maybe you didn't live in the same place, but you live in the same town. I passed by a lot of you Woodhounds before, man. You know, even if it's within like 50 miles or 100 miles, right? I've come close to some of you guys, man. Even Brad at Firewood at the Furnace, I asked him if he lives near my family in Maryland. He doesn't, but I mean, to be in the state of Maryland alone, guys, that's pretty close, man. Um, Here's to it. The bees do it, the birds do it, the dogs do it, and stick to it, up to it, down to it, and damn the ones that can't do it. That's a good quote, Barry. Thanks, man. Will Davidson says York Firewood as well was there. Okay, yeah, York's kind of new on the scene. No, I've seen. I think he was. Is that who was promoted by Back 40 a few weeks ago? Dan mentioned him on the channel. Um, Moonman or Daniel's talking to Moonman. Don't beat yourself up too bad. It just wasn't meant to be. Outside with Shibe, Bunyan last year will definitely be a lasting memory with Chuck and Deb. Yeah. I remember I first started to get familiar with Shibe when there was the firewood frenzy, and you guys were at the hotel, and there was a shorts video where Shibe had his can crushed, and I think they were beside the pool or something like that, and he went and threw it like a good like 20 feet right into the garbage can, right? So that's kind of when I started to get to know who Shibe was. I hadn't really seen him much before that, but that's when I started to get to know Shibe too. And yeah, then Paul Bunyan show, then Brad's Firewood Party kept in touch with him. Just one of his live streams a few weeks ago. Anybody else get a grin when Chuck near the end of one live feed gave Deb a big kiss? I didn't see that. So playful. That's cute, you know. Moonman 4 says, man, I should have made time. He was a customer and friend, but thank you, Daniel. Heidi's here and there. Thanks for stopping in. And you're out in Washington State, near Daniel Atkins, somewhat anyway. Not close, but close enough anyway. I look you guys up on the map, man. You know, you guys have sent me some mail or whatever for a sticker, and you tell me what town you're in. I looked it up, right? Daniel, let me ask you a question. Is your business and because you're by Eatonville and you have like a Mazda like shop kind of thing there. Is that you? Because I looked that up. So tell me if that's true. I once I hear addresses, names, when I know people, where you at, I look you up on the map. You know what I mean? That's just how I am. When we used to drive on the trips to the U.S., I used to be there with the paper map, right? My dad had like a milk crate in the basement with all the maps, and I just used to look them all up. Even when I started, becoming like 13, 14, I started traveling the train and like the subway train, I got to go somewhere. I knew the whole subway line. I knew every stop, right? I knew how to get around, and the same thing I do in Ontario. I know like there's places that I don't really go that much, or I haven't really been much at all, but I know the geography. I know the layout. I know what highways there are. I know what towns are there. You know what I mean? Let's see. What else we got going on here? Yeah, Heidi. So this is all about our good friend Chuck, and he runs a sawmill channel. He does a little bit of sawmilling, and he's been interacting with some of these guys face to face recently, and he just passed on the weekend. So it's very sad that this happened because he interacted face to face with three different channels in the last like 3 weeks, right? So that's why this is really hitting home for a lot of us, including myself, and it's very sad to see. This is the Woodhound community here, and Chuck and we just kind of hit it off as people, um, a bit back, more so than a lot of the other people that are here, right? And everybody here, I call everybody here my good friends, but Chuck and a few other people, we just kind of more connected on an energy level, even more so than other people, right? Okay, it was Sunday morning. That's what I thought, guys. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks, Woodruff. Thanks, Shine. Um, let's see. Okay, small woodlots got to go. Take care. Have a good night. Um, yeah, that's right, Heidi. You're in Vancouver, Washington. And my buddy Daniel Atkins, he's, like I said, I'm pretty sure you're near Eatonville. Tim Stout says, Anthony, fly to Mexico and come across the border. No passport needed. No way. That's how it goes, eh? A lot of Canadians go to Mexico for the vacations, right? As with Canada, there's tons of snowbirds that go to Florida. Like you go to Florida, there's tons of Canadians there, guys. They come like November and they're just gone, and they don't come back till April, right? So there's a lot of senior citizens there too. There's a lot of them that go there and they winter. Even my truck driver, Larry, the guy who used to deliver my 40-yard bins, or deliver the wood in my 40-yard bins, he usually stays down in Florida over the winter, right? And his F-350 he actually bought down there too, and he drove it back. But yeah, Mexico is this Canadians go there like crazy. Mexico and Cuba, just like crazy. And then even we've been hearing recently, a few Canadians have ended up getting murdered down there, right? So it depends where you are, depends what's going on. It can be dangerous, but that's why they say stay in the resorts, right? Because it's like hell down there. If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, it's no good in Mexico, man. So yeah, Heidi, you're just about 3 miles from the I-5 bridge that goes into Portland. Okay, and did we go through Portland? I can't remember if we drove through Portland when we went to Vancouver or British Columbia, but we went through Seattle. I remember that. I remember when we got into Washington State, and it was just cops everywhere. It was pouring rain, but it was cops along the sideway, or the highway, sorry. And I heard that state has so many cops, man. And there was just a line of them. It didn't look like there was an incident for them to be there, but just a line of them. It's interesting that we heard there's a lot of cops there, right? Because we traveled through many states to get there, right? We went through Detroit, through a little bit of Indiana on Lake Michigan, through Chicago. One way we went through South Dakota, and the other we went through North Dakota, but Montana, I guess Idaho. Yeah, we went through Idaho, and we were close to Wyoming too, but we didn't go through there. It would have been nice to go to Devil's Tower at that time, right? But yeah, we went through it. As soon as you get to through Washington State, there's pouring rain. There's cops everywhere, man. But We got into Seattle at like nighttime. I remember it wasn't raining at that time, and it might have been like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And then we just had that little bit of drive to get across the border into Canada, and then we were good to go, you know. Um, okay, PA trapping and outdoors. I've seen you around before. Probably in one of the live streams or something like that. But how you doing, man? Thanks for stopping in and giving some support for what's happened basically with Chuck, and coming in to say hi to everybody, and supporting this whole mourning time that everybody's going through. It's not just the family; it's all of us here, because we know that Chuck was such a great guy, right? Um, Woodruff says, "Thanks, Heidi. The world lost a good man." Yeah, definitely. Definitely, man. Like I said, I've only known Heidi. I've known Chuck for a year and a half, and we talked about a few things with my channel, Firewood and not Firewood related, and we talked about them coming up here. Him and his wife, they run a sawmill and they do some firewood, and we talked about them coming up into Canada and visiting. And I said, just come up, and I'll take in my busy schedule. I'll take some time off and come out and we'll hang out, guys. I love that when you just go and you meet people and you hang out. I'll tell you another story. There's one time, there was a guy who wanted to buy a fridge off me, right? And it was far away. It was like, I'm in East End, Toronto. I had to go through Toronto, Mississauga, Oakville, and then Burlington. They're all just towns that are or cities that are along Lake Ontario shore, right? One after the other. And I had to deliver it down there, and I gave the guy a delivery price. And what was I selling the fridge for? $75 or something? But I'm like, no, I'm loyal, guy. So he called me. I said, okay, you know what? I'll just get on the highway. I'll just drive down there and I'll go drop the guy the fridge, right? So his girlfriend was there, and she received the fridge. I dropped it off and everything. I went home, right? And I spoke to him, and then she said, "Oh, that guy Anthony, he's such a great guy, such a nice guy." So the boyfriend said, "Okay, you know what? Next time you're in the area, come out. Let's go have a beer, man." So there was another time I went to a drive to go see some waterfalls, and one of my nature tourism kind of things, right? I like just driving around and seeing the different sites. And I've been to these waterfalls that are part of the Niagara Escarpment, actually, a couple times before. So I said, okay, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to meet up with this guy and we're going to go have a beer, So I went to the falls and met with the guy after, and we just sat around. We just started talking about a lot of things, and he was really blown away about the things that I know, and it was just random person. Why would I stop to do that, right? I paid the bill. It's because that's what humanity is. It's interacting with people and showing them that there's people out there that have integrity, who are okay with taking the time out, their resources out to just go in and experience friendship. So that was definitely a very tiny moment, but a very memorable moment in my history of living here, living on this earth, right? Let's see, any word on his surviving wife and family? Well, Heidi, I sent him a message. 608, I see 608s in here. Okay. Yeah, I'm just seeing other people show up here. Outdoors in the 608. How you doing? Thanks for coming in, man. I guess I missed that earlier when I was looking through. So 608, your name's your name's Jeremiah. That's right. I've seen people type your name before. It's when you don't have the name of the person, the channel, you don't see the picture of them. It's like you have three parts of an equation. You only have one, right? So how you doing, man? Okay, PA, I'll make a mental note. You're in Brady, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a big state. That's for sure, man. Definitely a big state. What was I saying here? Yeah, any word on this surviving family? So I sent Deb a really nice, just one sentence message. I haven't heard back from her. I'm using my phone for the stream, so I don't want to check that now because it'll cut the stream, right? But yeah, I know there's some other family I actually have as friends as Facebook too, right? So yeah, I'll probably send a message out to them. And I've just kind of linked them because I know they're part of the family, right? So I haven't even spoken to some of them, but I'll still send out some regards and everything like that, right? Kent Corbett, how you doing? So sorry to hear the news. Condolences to Deb and his family and all the Woodhounds. Never met in person, but feels like a real YouTube friend. He definitely is, man. And what I was saying to everybody here is, I'm new to the Woodhound community relatively, right? I'm in there now, kind of thing, because I've been around for like a year or so. I'm familiar with everybody. But yeah, me and Chuck, we just hit it off. There's a few things, If I might have said something about, somebody passing in the field, but because I know Chuck on a good level, that's why I decided to do this whole tribute for him. So I might even include something in a video in the future as well, just like maybe like a 30-second, 1-minute clip, right? Because there's a lot of people who are not seeing this stream. So I just like to put it out there. And really what it is it's just when you have somebody who's a nice person who has a lot that they bring to the world, and they see what I bring to the world too, right? That's really what I'm going on here, and that's the power behind me going and taking this time to make this stream, right? So I would make this stream even if I didn't have the YouTube channel. I would go and do something like this as well. I'd make a video, or I don't know what I do, because it's hard to say if I'm not in this platform what I would do, but I would definitely feel like I have to put something out there, you know what I mean? Let's see. Yeah, these are you guys are my good friends here, man. Hardworking man. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys. This is living right here. This is called support. Is Deb in here and we're talking with Deb? Is this us sending money? No, but just this consciousness of appreciating Chuck. This is what's very important here. Okay, guys, it's life is beyond the physical. It's all the mental. So the fact that we are all putting our headspace, or we're putting Chuck and Deb, and we're putting the whole family in the headspace, that's like more important than anything here, guys. That's more important than helping them pay the funeral costs. You know what I mean? So that's where I come from. That's the kind of line of thinking that I have, guys. I'm a conscious person, and I know that life is more important than all the other little things, right? Okay, Jeremiah says, Jeremiah, Joe and I are making memorial stickers. I will make sure to put it on his page soon. Yeah, thanks for doing that, man. I appreciate that. Woodruff says, Heidi, go over to Iron and Oak Sawmill and check out Chuck and Deb. You won't be disappointed. Yeah, you know what? I already told everybody, just go out there, watch some videos, order some merch. Just go and do that, and it's whatever you do, just throw some energy that way. Even if it's a mental no, and you want this brainwaves to go over there, right? Just do that, man. Please, guys. Thank you very much. That's very important. Doesn't matter if not everybody does everything. It just matters that people have that consciousness to appreciate, right? Because every life is valid. Every life is vital. Every person brings something to this earth. We don't exist for no reason, guys. We're not just one of millions or billions, right? We're all very special in this world. Doesn't matter how insignificant you are. Doesn't matter how poor you are. All these things don't matter. It doesn't matter how if your life was bad, right? And even you might be a bad person, but that might be for other causes, not your own. It's not your intention, right? But everybody has some value, and you know what? If you brought a lot of devalue into the world, I'm sure there's times where you brought value anyway, right? So let's keep going through the chat here. Yeah, Heath, that's right. You're a hardworking man. Yeah, that's your channel. Yeah, okay. Jason Lee sends a super chat. Thank you very much. There's a message held for review. Why is it being held for review? It shouldn't be. Thank you for doing this. Woodruff says, yeah, no problem, man. Like, no problem at all. Like, this is the most important time spent, guys. Okay, Outside with Tribe says, Tim, I have it. PM me. I hear you, Shibe, a lot more stacking with the 1222. Rachel and I went out and split together like Chuck and Deb would often do. And yeah, Heidi, Chuck and Deb, they ran the operation together, right? She would run the sawmill, she would run the splitter, and they were like a team, right? And that's how life is. Life should be your husband and wife, and they're helping each other on the homestead. This whole thing about, people going off and they have a job out somewhere else and stuff, that's not real living. That's doing stuff for somebody else, for mostly some other's benefit. The best benefit is if you run your own business and you produce goods on your own and you feel the the impact of the effort that you've done. You feel the reward. You feel the reward of making something yourself with your own hands, with your own brain, and doing that in order to provide something to the world, right? That's you giving value to the world. It's when you give something out there. But if you're just, you have a company with, 3,000 employees and, you're doing one aspect of the business, or even sharing that task with like 5 other people are doing your job, right? It's I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying what life is really is when you're able to run the whole business yourself. You can do the paperwork, you can do the, all the administrative, you're even the janitor, you're doing the cleanup, right? You're doing the production, you're doing the quality control, right? There's so many aspects of doing a business, and that's what's really rewarding, and that's what gives you all kind of skills to be able to tackle all types of things in life. So I've learned to really appreciate the whole thing about being self-employed, and it's very hard, and that's what I do. I've been self-employed. Today's February the 20th. Basically in March the 12th, I would say that's my anniversary of being self-employed. I've been self-employed for 16 years, and it's hard work, but I'd rather have it that way, guys, to tell you the truth, man. There's a lot of benefits that you can get from working somewhere, benefits literally, right? For your health, for your dental, all those things, you can have those, and you have something where you go to work 9 o'clock, you come home at 5, so you got the rest of the day to yourself. There's all those things, but I don't like the politics when you're in a business, and there's so much politics involved, and when you're working for some company, it's like, I hate that, man. And what I used to do before is I used to do driving jobs, so I just get away from all that stuff, and I'm just on the road, and that's where I perform. So I'm more of a performer. I'm not a person who's dealing with paperwork and all these things. I'm good with customers too, right? But it's just, I'm a doer. I'm not somebody who's trying to look over and analyze all these different things and tinker, and that's not me. I have the knowledge to do those things, but I like to just get in there and get things done, get things sorted out. Get the close the task, finish the labor, get the job done. That's where I come from. Let's see. Oh, okay. I have the option to show that comment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Sorry. Yeah, Daniel, adding the iron and oak sawmill channeling. Yeah, man. Like I said, Daniel should be one of my moderators. I'm going through the chat here. Colleen's in the house. Okay. Hi, Colleen. Thank you for stopping in. I'm sure there's a little soft spot in your heart that's kind of feeling for Chuck. We all know the community, and obviously Chuck's going to be a big loss out there, or Chuck is a big loss, right? And even though he's not so much Firewood, but he's part of the community. Rachel Posma is in here. How you doing? Thanks for coming out, doing a little tribute here at the Chuck. I was mentioning how there's just an energy about us. We talked about a number of things, and we just related. And I see that he's well-rounded, and he sees that I'm well-rounded, and we just kind of hit it off over time. And out of all the few stickers that I have on my log splitter, Chuck is one of them, guys. So I guess what? At least I don't know what I'm gonna do if I post some more content about Chuck in one of my videos, but at least I can show that I have an iron and oak sticker. So I'll do that, and then what I'll do also is I will go and contact Deb, and I'll get myself an iron and oak shirt. That's what I'll do for sure. So everything outdoors, I'm pretty sure somebody updated in the chat here. Let me just go through. If you didn't hear, Chuck passed because he had a heart attack. I'm just scrolling through. I'm not seeing anybody Okay, so hardworking man says, hardworking man responded to that. So, it's on Sunday, and And we were talking earlier about how Chuck had not just been somebody on YouTube who's interacting with people, but he's been around so many people face to face, and then this happens. This happens. This happened right after all of this, right? So he was on a business road trip coming back, and at least things didn't happen when, he was out there and his wife was there, and then she had to figure out how, to sort this whole thing out, right? At least they got back home, you know what I mean? But it's just totally unexpected, guys. And like I said, it hit me, and I actually shed some tears yesterday on a couple different occasions because of what happened here. And I was saying that, it's not that Chuck and I are the closest friends. We've only known each other for a year and a half, but there's an energy there that we kind of vibe with each other. You know what I mean? So it's very, very unfortunate, man. And I guess, like I said, part of it too is this whole community's great, so that's why I have my heart in this thing too. Is everybody's been receptive of me, and I haven't had I haven't had issues with anybody, and I don't see anybody having issue with anybody out there. There's not even any issues with on a business level with a YouTube channel, and there's competition with another channel. I've never heard one instance of competition about that, or somebody copied somebody on something or anything like that, guys. This is an excellent community. I gotta pat you guys on the back for that. Let's raise the glasses for that, man. To all the Woodhounds out there, cheers. Okay, Woodruff Woods gotta go. Good night, Darren. Take care. Good night, all. This was nice tonight. I hope other people do this too. I hope it's not just me, man. If you got the time or whatever, just do a little something, even if it's a little 30 seconds in your video, whatever, man. Let's just pay tribute to the man. Aaron earned as iron earned. I cleaned that booty up. What's he referring to? I hope that's not a comment that needs to be moderated here. Let's be fair. Let's not jump to conclusions. You know. Okay. And I like that so many people know each other. I just like that, guys. You're all over the place. You're 1,000 miles away. You're 20 miles away, and you know each other. That's awesome. That's what I like about the internet. Heidi says, out there in Washington State, in Vancouver, Washington, yes, I own my licensed home childcare for 12 years, ran everything myself, and blessed children and families. Awesome. You know what? Children are the most important part of society. You raise them right, and those are the people that get older, and they're the ones who run things, and they're the ones who pass on the traditions. They're the ones who show people how to respect others and stuff like that. And unfortunately, we're losing that because parents don't spend much time with their children. There's broken families, there's all these things, and children, you really have to pay close attention. Like my little daughter, like I show her so many things about interacting with people, about being fearless, about being positive, about being cordial and respectful, about showing manners and all those things. Those things are very important. And I like watching her grow and develop. And I was telling people earlier that my daughter went for like basically a coding examination yesterday. And my daughter's got like impeccable math skills, and I can't remember the other skill that she had, the other subject. But anyways, I went to see her after, and I was like, wow, because I've seen that she's intelligent, she's good, and she was actually helping all the kids at the trampoline park yesterday, right? And there's a little girl who was really shy, and my daughter was there with the little girl's mother, and she's showing the girl what to do and what the people are doing and telling her stuff. My daughter's very, very involved like that. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to see, her skills as she's developing. And she's only 5 years old, but then I heard about how she's very advanced. So in school, like she's not even grade school yet, and she's going to be advancing. And I just love to see children, developing in a good way and being able to contribute and learning about those skills, learning how to clean up, learning how to help people, learning how to discern information. All those things, I love it, man. So let's make sure that our children, grow up, or if it's grandchildren that you have, let's hope that they learn respect, they learn knowledge, they learn manners, they learn, all those things that they need to learn to become an upstanding person and to be able to be it so that they're able to exemplify what it is to be like a proper, decent, respectful person in society. Unfortunately, we're losing that, so it's very tough, man. And I unfortunately, okay, there's Moon Man's opening up the Iron and Oak Sawmill. I'm gonna allow that link to show, but yeah, it's unfortunately our world is in a sad state in terms of people being respectful and whatnot. You know what I mean, and learning how to grow up that way. And the kids are all in the electronics and stuff like that, right? I just saw somebody with their kids the other day, and their heads were just buried in the electronics. And I mean, it doesn't bother me, but it does bother me. And I saw an interesting meme the other day, guys. It says, because we have all these smartphones and everything, and the meme said, how we knew where everybody was back in the day, and it was just a cluster of BMX bikes parked and nobody there, right? I can totally relate to that. In the 80s, I was like the early 80s, mid 80s, right? That's my age there when you're like 5, 6 to 10 years old, right? We all had the bikes, and you just roll up somewhere and they'd all just be laying on the ground, right? Totally in that generation. Okay, let's go. I really appreciate you guys coming out here. I bet some of you staying up past your bedtime too. Um, Colleen up in Saskatchewan. Yeah, it's getting cold on Friday. Yeah, it's going to be real cold on Friday, guys. It's going to be -8 Celsius here, so that's a number of degrees. How many is that? That's 16 plus 20. Yeah, once you go under freezing and we go under zero and we got to convert to Fahrenheit, my math gets mixed up. The negative throws it off, but basically the calculation is, so say if it's 8 degrees plus Celsius here, then what you got to do is you got to double it and you got to add 28. So that would be 8 plus 16, 8 plus 8 is 16, and then add 28, so 16, 26, 36, 46, so that would be 44 degrees, right? But when you go under, it's like a different story, but it's not going to be freezing here in Toronto. Toronto's temperature is a lot different from Saskatchewan. We're a lot warmer here than that. But I mean, for it to be high of 8 degrees Celsius here, that's like a bunch below zero, so I don't know what that would work out, maybe around between 0 and 10 Fahrenheit in the US, something like that. That's just a guess, right? But yeah, it's not going to be anywhere like right around freezing, and that's the high for the day. So out where Colleen is, she's out in the prairies, and that means the wind just blows, and there's nothing inhibiting that wind chill that's coming in. And basically Saskatchewan is north of like North Dakota, right? So if you guys know, like, those kind of plains and how it's cold out there and barren and whatnot, in some sense anyway. Yeah, and so just think she's north of that, so it's cold out there, guys. Like, my ice is melted. That means I'm doing more talking than drinking, but like I said, I'm not trying to get wasted here, guys. Let me keep up with the comments here. Yeah, so Moonman Force says, Colleen, please keep it up there, 45 Fahrenheit and on a ladder today. Heidi says, I homeschooled my daughter. Oh, I didn't know you had a little daughter. Cheers. I wonder how old she is. I bet my daughter and your daughter would be good friends. My daughter's very friendly, very inviting to everybody, right? I guess she's like her dad, very social person. Guys, I'm not the type of person to be like, oh, I don't know that person. I'm not talking about them. I don't care about them. I say hi to my neighbors. Most people, they don't say hi to their neighbors. Well, depending where you are, right? But I'm in the city of Toronto. I'm in a big city here. Toronto's like a world-class city, right? But I talk to people. It's funny when you see people and they like, you say hi and they kind of like, they say hi. That's their first response. But you could see that they don't understand it because they don't get that all the time, right? And we're kind of friendly here, but I mean, if you're downtown, it's a little bit of a different story, right? Downtown there, you see the people commuting, you see people walking down the street. It's very, face forward kind of thing, right? Actually, I went down on the train when I went to the Worldwide Freedom Rally. If you guys are into all that stuff, with what's been going on lately with all the laws and stuff and going against people's rights, I went down to the Freedom Rally downtown by Queen's Park, which is basically the provincial legislature building, on Saturday. I did a live stream down there, so if you guys want to check that out, there's not much to it. There's some people up on the stage speaking, and especially Canada's biggest freedom fighter, Chris Sky. He was down there. I got familiar with him over the last couple of years, and I didn't get a chance to speak to him, but I did. But I was just down there, and I just had the camera up. I wasn't really trying to make content and talk and everything, but I was down there. You could see what was going on there. They had some Canadians with, well, we're all Canadians here, but we had some of the Don't Tread on Me flags up here, you know what I mean? So we know about your movement down there, and how your country came to be and how the U.S. came to be too, Some of us know our history here too, right? So, yeah, Canadians know a lot more about American history than Americans know about Canadian history, but that's the way it goes, right? Okay, Colleen says, yeah, it's about 16 degrees Fahrenheit, I guess that would be. Yeah, Thursday's going to be kind of cold, and Friday's going to be really cold, but this is like the best winter ever, guys. There's another winter that was 2017, and it was excellent till March. And March, we've had a lot of cold springs recently, but what happened was is every couple of days we kept getting a dump of snow. And it was so annoying because and the reason why this stood out to me, why the weather was so good, was because I didn't have any sawdust on the ground in the old Woodyard. Everything was clean, And that sawdust really insulates with the snow, and it just stays there. So it's just best if you have sawdust to clean it up off the ground, because it's just going to make that snow turn into ice, and it's not going to disappear for like a long time, like into May. That stuff won't dissipate, right? So I like to keep the floor in the Woodyard clean. And my shop, which is what's my shop, 750 square feet, it's not as organized as my Woodyard, guys. And even the old Woodyard, like I guess it was maybe 4/5 of an acre. And as best as I could, I kept that place clean when I had that whole giant load of wood. I had maybe 160, 200 yards wood on the ground, and I kept that place pretty clean. But it's easier to take care of that than it is my shop, But my shop's kind of little knickknacks that I got to put time into, I got to put thought into, I got to put ads out, I got to do all these things. It's harder to keep track of that stuff and have everything proper, and because it's coming and going, whereas the wood, it's just you get a load in, you deal with the whole load of wood, and then you put it away, right? So, but overall, I got to manage so much stuff, guys, and it'd be nice to have somebody to help me all the time, but yeah, that's, wouldn't it be nice if everything could work out, right? Let's see. So, but yeah, basically our winter in Toronto, our winter starts declining about mid-March. And then you get on the news, they tell you to keep the little kids away from the rivers because the rivers blow out, right? The rivers are the small bodies of water, so they thaw first, and they can be a real danger because the kids the kids want to start messing around and stuff, you know what I mean? But you always get that news report, tell the kids to stay away from the river. Okay, I noticed something interesting with the chat here. When I'm on the Back 40 live stream, my chat window keeps shrinking, but it's not happening with me here. I don't know why that is. And Heidi, out where you are, yeah, I'm sure it doesn't get too cold all the time, right? Yeah, if you're at 48 degrees. I mean, yeah, it's probably about that here too, but we will be colder than the West Coast, right? That's for sure, because even Vancouver, Canada, she's in Vancouver, Washington, which is not very far from Vancouver, Canada. I know that it's warm out there. I have family out there. I've been out there, right? And it tends to be rainy and stuff like that. That's where Buck and Billy Ray is from, the Buck and Billy Ray channel. I'm sure many of you guys know Buck and Billy Ray, right? You know what I say about Buck and Billy Ray? He's like a kid in a candy store. You know, he looks kind of like a tough guy. You know, he wears cut off sleeve shirts and got a little bit of tattoo and whatnot. And, you know, he's got the salt and pepper and a little bit of spiky hair and stuff like that. He's got the old power saws going and stuff like that. But really, that guy, he's like me. Looks like a tough guy, but he has like a big heart. You know what I mean? And he's like a kid in the candy store when he's doing his channel. He's doing his thing. He's got his axes out. He's got his saws out and all that stuff, right? Let's see what else. Going through the chat here. Heidi says, I'm looking forward to another boat ride along. Yeah, we'll get some boat stuff going on. The boat's in gear now. I'm not having the problems that I had. I had problems where the boat was at 4 different mechanics. And it took me going up past my lake where I go 3 hours away to drop it off to the boat whisperer to get the boat going. And hopefully I do some nice tours of some of the nicer lakes and stuff like that. I don't really go all over the place with the boat. I go Lake Ontario. There's another lake I go for pike fishing, and a really beautiful lake, more beautiful than the lake that I usually go when I do all the bass fishing. So hopefully I do some more boating adventures. And I tell you what, excuse me, I tell you what I want to do. I want to go on the Niagara River with the boat, guys, because there's some good fishing in there. But I would be like in the fall. I could go spring too. But I'd already go out to Niagara Falls in the fall, but I usually go by myself, and I don't want to take the boat out in the Niagara River by myself. I don't like to go fishing by myself, right? If I go fishing one of the small streams for the salmon and trout here in, you know, around Toronto, I'll go by myself. But if I take the boat out, period, I like to go with people and have someone to talk to when we're out in the boat, you know? Okay. Uncle Jimbo says kind of an Uncle Buck thing. I watched that movie. I remember it, man. Remember John Candy's a Canadian, okay? And my grade 8 teacher actually taught John Candy, okay? Small world, guys. She taught John Candy, you know? So she used to tell us stories about him and whatnot. She said he wasn't particularly funny. Like, that wasn't really his character at the time, you know what I mean? I don't know his story. I have looked him up before, but I can't remember the info. But when I hear stuff about like that, about people who lived here or whatever, all kinds of celebrities, I look them up. You know, anything, so much information. I don't even watch movies. I don't watch TV, but I just like to look at people's stories and where they came from and what their story is. You know, but yeah, Uncle Buck was one of the one of the big movies out there is promoted, and something that still kind of hit home with me, you know what I mean? And what's interesting too is they show that, you know, he's a bit of a rough character, right? He's rough on the edges and everything, but Uncle Buck had heart. He wasn't like an evil person. He wasn't a bad person. He had integrity, you know? And that's what I tend to see in characters, is I see where, like, a lot of people see stuff and they just say, oh, it's just bad on the surface and you can't relate, you can't accept that. The person is condemned, that person is and that. And you can't be like all that, like that all the time. You have to see what's behind everything, you know? But people are so surfacey these days, they don't look to see what's beyond the surface, you know? When he drops the kids off at school and the big backfire, I love it. Didn't he like pointed, didn't he go to the steering wheel like this? And he's waiting for that backfire to go, and he goes like this, and then the car backfires, like he times it properly. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. Yeah, man. What's another John Candy movie? Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, right? That one was really big when it came out, you know? But yeah, he's got a lot of history, a lot of movies with the whole Saturday SCTV, and with the National Lampoon series and Chevy Chase and all that stuff, right? Yeah, man. Real guy with heart, you know? Tim Stout says, Buck and Billy Ray loves the 500A now that he has figured it out. Well, you know what? He likes his old power saws, man, but those things are heavy. Guys, I just went and I had like 6 old power saws, okay? I had a Johnson Red, I had 2 Pioneers, or 3 Pioneers, and I had a McCullough. And it's like those saws were so heavy, guys, because the base of them, like the what do you call it? The base, the frame of it, right, without the motor and everything, it was cast aluminum. They're so heavy. They vibrate on you when you're running them. It's like there's no even. I don't care if I had one of these brand new. I wouldn't run it. No way, man. Not a chance. Right? Not a chance. But he's into all that stuff, and of course you get the 500i, and that thing like right through, right? So how could you not love those things, you know? And then I just can't understand. Like obviously there's like well I can't understand. There's nostalgia behind those guys with those saws. They grew up with them. They were cutting trees out in BC, you know, or Buck and Billy Ray was cutting with them back in the 70s with those things. So I understand the nostalgia, but it's just if I could use one word, it's unergonomic, right? Unergonomic, that's for sure, man. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, nothing else to talk about in the chat here, but yeah, man. You know, with Chuck and like I said, Chuck is just a member of the community, man, and it's I love everybody that comes out here. I know Heidi from you guys saw. Uh, is it from Belt Loop or is it from Dave Collier's channel? I think it's Dave Collier's channel, and he'd run live streams, and he had less than 1,000 subs, and he's just like, hey, here's this channel, and we just yeah, I guess yeah, it was Dave Collier, right, or Collier as you would say in the U.S., but in Canada we would look at that as a French name, be like Collier, right? So, anyways, that's where I met Heidi, and it's just a channel where he's like, "Hey, I'm here. We're all here to chat. There's no topic, but we're all just meeting each other. We're subscribing to each other. We're all good. We're all people, you know, from different walks of life. And here we are. You know, that's right. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Heidi says, "Yeah, good old Dave Collier, right? He does a lot of like little like camping style stuff at his home in Virginia. He said he's near the sea, right? And he's not too far from a friend of mine. He's actually um, he's not a million miles away from Larry Hoddle actually, because Larry Hoddle's in Virginia, but he's not Larry Hoddle's not near the coast. But yeah, they're both in the state of Virginia. And then I actually have a friend who was born and raised in the U.S., but he basically grew up from when he was a child to an adult here, and then his family moved back to the U.S. and they live in Staunton, Virginia, which is only about, I think it's, now I think kilometers versus miles. So 30 miles is 50 kilometers. So let's call it 30 miles or 30 kilometers, whatever, away from Larry Hoddle. And I like to go visit him one day, and then I like to go visit Larry and Robin Hoddle. You know, I like to go down there, and they live in some very historic, in a very historic area in this Shenandoah Valley, right? And that's really interesting to me. You know, I don't know too much about American history, and I should know more about North American history in general. But my expertise is like World War II, you know, and then even ancient times with the Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, and stuff like that. You know, like I know a lot of the ancient history kind of thing, right? But it's really interesting, the American history, and I've really got to tap into that, you know. But that's where Larry and Robin live, and I would love to come down there and visit sometime. Dave Collier is out there, and yeah, so many of you guys are just all over the place, man. Like in the U.S., your population is one. There's for every 10 Americans, there's only one Canadian. So your population is like 340 million. We're at 34 million, right? And you guys have a lot of areas that are uninhabited in the U.S., but we have way more that's uninhabited. Basically, isn't it like, is it like 90% of Canada's population is along the southern border of Canada kind of thing, right? So because it's, you go, where I'm in Toronto on the North Shore of Lake Ontario, you go, how far would you have to go? Because we have like a cottage country where it's just a zillion lakes. If you go like past there, you go like 4 hours. There's more lakes there, but it's just remote. There's nothing there. You're going around the Great Lakes. It's just like there's a highway that follows along the lake shore, which is naturally, it's, you know, it's part of the transport system. Obviously, you're going to have a highway that goes across, you know, or follows the lake shore kind of thing, right? But you don't exit off and go north, and then there's like big towns or anything like that, right? So a lot of Canada's barren. I'm just talking about Ontario. and Ontario and a patch of it is the most southern part of the country. So much of the country is actually on a more northerly latitude than even where I am, right? So obviously on the, like I said, on the west coast, Victoria, or sorry, Vancouver, BC, it's rainy a lot around there, and it's milder. In the east coast, Nova Scotia and stuff like that the weather's not too hardcore, but they get some of the hurricane remnants out there, right? And so it's not freezing out there. But you go to Newfoundland, and I heard it's beautiful there. I like to visit there. That's in the north. The winter is bad there, but just the rest of the country, guys, it's winter. It's cold. It's freezing. Like that's what it is, man. Not very, not very. What's the word? Inviting. Not very habitable in a lot of this country. And I mean, there's so much of it that's in the Arctic, right? So, be nice to explore those kind of places, everything like that, right? I think things just cut off here. I hope they didn't cut off. Somebody send me a message and say if they see me. I just saw a reconnect. Colleen says when it rains in Vancouver, it Chinooks here, and winds blow in the warm weather. Yeah, I've been in the Chinooks in Calgary. 'Cause I used to be out in Calgary a bunch, right? I wouldn't say a bunch, but I'd say maybe three altogether. Three. I've been to Calgary 4 times. Yeah. So I've experienced the Chinooks, and then I've seen where it's plus 10 degrees Celsius, or a bit above freezing for the Americans, right? 10 degrees Celsius would be 48 degrees Fahrenheit in winter. And then I saw where the temperature dropped 30 degrees Celsius. So 30 degrees Celsius, that's about 15 and 30. So the temperature dropped, what? I'm starting to get a little tipsy now. Let's say, call it dozen. Is that 70 degrees drop in temperature in like an hour? And the snow is blowing sideways. Sideways, guys. Like, not just down and on an angle. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen that, but the snow was going sideways and we couldn't drive. We were staying just outside of the city of Calgary, and we were driving in towards Calgary, and just to pick up one of the relatives to take him to the airport, and we couldn't do it. And the way I had to drive was look out the window and look at the yellow line on the ground. Okay? That's the only way you could drive. So I'm a Braveheart. I'm like, you can trek this. Eventually we get into the city lights. The city, there was still visibility because of the city lights and everything, but where we were, it's in the rolling hills, the end of the prairies before you get into the, basically Calgary is all like in the rolling hills area where they call it the Buttes, right? It's not right in the Rockies. You have to drive past Calgary like a half an hour before you start getting into the Rockies, or maybe 20 minutes before you start getting to the actual Rocky Mountains. So we're on the other side heading westbound, and we couldn't see anything. So okay, we went for a bit, but it's like, well, we still got to go like even 5 kilometers before we see any city lights. So if you're going, I don't know, 5 miles an hour, that's the most we could go. It's going to take forever just before we get some visibility. So as much as I have the patience of a fisherman, and I have the endurance, and I have the ability to trot on, I said, no, well, we got to turn around here, man. So it was somebody else because they asked us to drop the person to the airport, and they went and did it themselves because we realized we couldn't do it, but we turned around. So we turned around, we went to head back to where I was staying, and it was actually foothills too, Colleen, that's right, it's also called the foothills, but I guess it's the actual mounds themselves, you call them the buttes, right? And that's maybe where they rise up more, and then the foothills is kind of where it starts, kind of thing, right? So Colleen, Chestermere, that's where we stayed, and it's a beautiful town there. Golf course, there's a lake there, right? It's just beautiful, man, and it would have been nice to stay out there, but for employment reasons, I didn't want to stay out there, right? I can't do firewood. I can't do scrap metal recycling out there. There's no density The population's 1/4 of Toronto, but everybody's spread out. And the reason why Toronto is good for the scrap business is because you have all these high-rise apartment buildings. You have all these high-rise towers downtown, right? It's everybody's congested here, kind of thing. You know what I mean? They have one area where there's like 30,000 people there, right? Then it's all just like a living complex, you know. But yeah, Calgary, it's a really nice city. There's a lot of places that are in like you'll drive by and there's a neighborhood and it's foothills, and you just see like a neighborhood on this one like mound. You know, you're driving down the highway, you just kind of see in the distance there's a neighborhood on this mound, and then you see like the city, the traffic light, or not the traffic lights, the light standards. What do you call it? The street lights. You see the street lights there, and in the neighborhood, and this neighborhood's just kind of on a hill. Then there's another neighborhood on the hill. You could see the really nice houses too, you know. But yeah, it's really nice out there if you like that kind of environment. But where we were in the east of Calgary and looking towards the west, as a kid growing up, I thought the Rockies were close to Calgary, but they're not really that close. They're a bit far. So when I was staying outside of the east side of Calgary, driving towards Calgary, you could see the Rockies in the background. Because Calgary's actually in a river valley, it means like the downtown core, like the buildings, they're not high up or anything like that. You could see them, they're starting from a low base, and then they don't really elevate that high. But behind that, it's just a thin strip, and it's the Rockies. You look 180 degrees from the left to the right, and it's just the whole Rocky Mountains all across, you know? So it's really nice, but I would stay out there. I like Vancouver and BC coast and everything like that, but I wouldn't stay out there. That's for sure. It's the pristine rivers, you know, the crystal clear water and everything like that. I like all that, but yeah, it's just I like my Ontario cottage country. I like the cottage lakes, the nice shield rock, and everything like that. You know, that's my kind of environment here. And if I ever moved out of um, Ontario, like that's a crippling blow. And that's half of my zest for life is gone right there if I ever left Ontario, guys. So now if you're in the US and you want to relate to what I'm talking about area like Minnesota, right? That's like our cottage country where you have tons of lakes. We got way more lakes than here than you guys, right? If I'm talking close to where I live, you're talking some big lakes. You're talking Lake Ontario, you're talking Lake Huron, and we have like closer to me is like Lake Georgian Bay, which is part of Lake Huron, right? Like that's north of me. So Lake Huron itself, which is the big lake, that's more like northwest. That's like 2.5 hours drive. 2 hours, yeah. I guess any part of Lake Huron is 2.5 hours drive. So what's more familiar with me is the smaller part of Lake Huron, which is Georgian Bay. But the cottage lakes, it's just so many of them. And so once, yeah, like I said, we have Lake Simcoe, Lake Scugog, Rice Lake. Those are closer to me. Those are all like within an hour. But when you're talking to smaller lakes, that's like Minnesota kind of territory, you know what I mean? Or a little bit of Wisconsin, right? So that's like the same latitude as well. And so your outdoor life is a lot like that. And then a lot of Michigan State too. Michigan State doesn't have a lot of lakes, right? But Michigan State and Joe's Firewood videos was telling me the Upper Peninsula is a lot like our cottage country here. At least Muskoka anyway, right? With Georgian Bay and the Shield Rock and everything like that, right? But yeah, I'd like to come down and take a bunch of drives down there, you know? Let me look through some of the chats here. Kent Corbett says they don't plow the road side in Calgary at all, drive on top of it. Or they don't plow the roads in Calgary, you just drive on it. And you know what? Yeah, if it's cold, that snow will pack down, right? There's one time I went into Muskoka and my friend rented a cottage and it snowed like crazy. Like the snow on the railing of the deck, on everything, was like this. It was like 16 inches high. All the snow was very light snow, and we got snowed in. The pipe froze in, so it just felt like we were in like winter wonderland, right? We felt like even when we got there, the pipes burst in the cabin. They had the guy come to fix it, and we just kind of the Friday night we just sat inside the cabin and didn't move. We didn't make any food. We just froze. So we just felt like totally like wintered in. Okay, now we got the plumbing working and everything, and the heat working and everything. Everything worked out, and we got comfortable. But then we went to leave. It's like, okay, well, we're still in this winter wonderland, and jump on the highway. It's like, oh, it's gonna be a long drive because it's snowy and everything. I got to the highway entrance, and the cars were just blowing by like 120, and the snow was just packed down, and just everybody was moving. There's nobody like, oh, it's snowy, it's slippery. No, it wasn't like that. It was actually hard packed snow, and everybody was doing like 100 kilometers an hour, which is like 62.5 miles an hour, right? Our speed limits are relatively the same as yours in some places. Here we have the major highways, 100 kilometers an hour, so that's 62.5 miles an hour. Then we have some stretches where they're 90, but then when you get like the smaller, like the cottage country roads, the cottage country main routes, the highways, those will be like 80 to 90 kilometers. So say like 55 to 60 miles an hour, something like that, right? But yeah, I just pulled out towards the main road, and everybody's just blowing by even more than the speed limit, So I wasn't worried about the traction business, right? So yeah, if you say they're not plowing out there, yeah, I was out there in the winter, so I experienced some of that as well myself. Let's go to the chats here. Lots of small businesses are impossible because there's no population here. Yeah, Colleen is in Saskatchewan. There's not much there. They have a few towns, right? Saskatoon, they have Toronto, or sorry, Regina, sorry. And you know what, Colleen, I'll tell you something. My mother used to work for Crown Life Insurance, who moved out to Regina, Saskatchewan. So they offered her a job to move out there, right? But the thing is, they didn't have much Caribbean culture there, right? My parents are from Trinidad and Tobago, so my mom, she cooks food, but it's like she still felt like, okay, we don't have Caravana, which is the Caribbean carnival that we have every year in Toronto, right? We don't have all the food there. It's like, yeah, okay, you could cook the food, but that doesn't necessarily mean you want to make the food all the time. Sometimes you want to buy it from somewhere, right? So her employer sent them out there. Her and my dad, they went out there to go and check it out, and they were like, you know what, we can't do this because it's just so flat. Like, they said the joke out there was, if your wife leaves you, or your dog leaves you, or your dog runs away, right? You can see them for 3 days because there's no elevation. It's just, they can just keep running, and it's just flat. You can just keep seeing them, right? So that never happened, and that's kind of a good thing because I don't like the cold, guys. I just don't, man. And even though my parents are from the Caribbean, I don't like the heat either, right? So if it's, plus 27 degrees, which would be 54 plus 28, that would be 82 degrees. I don't really like it, the temperature when it's above that. I'm just chilling. It's not humid. It's okay. But if I gotta be out in that and anything worse, no. And sometimes we have summers where it's a lot hotter than that for a lot of the summer. Like, actually, when I started the firewood business, it was plus 30 degrees every single day, pretty much for the whole summer. So that translates to, let's say it's 30 degrees, so double it, 60 plus 28, so 88 degrees. And actually it was hotter than that. It was a lot of days of 31, 33. So going as 30 as a base, and 30 is 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Almost every single day it was just impossibly hot, too much to work. But at the same time, I was gung-ho about starting the firewood business. So I was out there with the chainsaw, guys. You should have seen me, man. And I had a giant oak log that was, the diameter was like this. It was from an artist who was using it for carving, but he moved out of the unit and he gave me this piece of red oak. Or sorry, he didn't give me it. He just left, and then it was there for me to take. So I started Firewood. Okay, I'll take the thing. It was probably 4 feet long, and I just went in with my little 023 chainsaw. I cut the outside edges and split off of those edges. Then I take the chainsaw and cut into the center because the chainsaw couldn't cut right through the whole thing. So all I could do is cut what I could cut with the, I guess, 16-inch bar and hack that off with the axe. I did it methodically where, okay, you cut what you can, you split that off, then that opens out the middle section, so then you can cut the middle section, and then you can split that after, right? So I had this giant piece of red oak that a little bit was sawdust because it was so old, but most of that wood was still, it had its integrity, And I mixed that in with some of the wood that I had to bag up, and people actually complained that it dried too fast, right? Or sorry, burned too fast, because a lot of what I had was really drying, 2013, it's not when I started the wood business. That's when I took on the wood business significantly. And yeah, it was hot, man. I worked my ass off. Like, I didn't care. I felt like I have wood, I have chainsaw, I gotta like rush into this and I gotta get into it, Yeah, I remember flying over Saskatchewan, Colleen, and tell you what, guys, so 2014 is when I flew to Calgary, and 2013 in July, just after Canada Day. Our Canada Day is July 1st. You guys have in the US July 4th, right? That's your holiday weekend. So sometimes your holiday weekend is the same as ours, and there'd be a bunch of Americans who come up to the lake I fish. Sometimes they're there with the on the same weekend as me because everything lines up. Let's say our July 1st is on a Friday and your July 4th is on a Monday. So these guys would be up there on the same weekend. And there was even, most of them were from New York State, Rochester, and even some of them were from Hawaii and California. But they'd be up at my lake fishing. So not even in Toronto in the city. They'd be up at the lake. So after that, July 2013, July 1st, July 4th weekend, I went to Calgary for the first time. Not the first time, I'd been there when I was a kid, right? We flew there in a plane and we took a train over the Rockies. That was really cool. But anyways, we got to, in 2013, I flew to Calgary, and that's basically when I started the firewood business in June. Or late May of 2013. That's when I really got into it. I was selling wood from maybe 2011, but I really got into it on a bigger level in July 2013. June 2013. But I flew over Lake Superior in the coldest winter we had in a long time. That winter was 2014. And we flew over Lake Superior. And Lake Superior is so big, guys, that it takes like 20 minutes to fly over the whole lake. I think maybe more than that. Is it like 40 minutes? I can't remember. But almost the whole lake was frozen over, guys. That's like unprecedented, man, because even Lake Ontario is the smallest Great Lake. Yes, it's more south than Lake Superior, so it's going to be warmer than Lake Superior, right? But it's also going to be colder because it's smaller, right? In comparison, I'm just trying to give you guys like a perspective here, right? But Lake Ontario doesn't freeze over. You'll have in the Toronto Harbor, which is between Toronto Islands and the downtown, that'll freeze up sometimes in the winter, But we don't really see ice on Lake Ontario unless we have a cold spell that's like well below zero for like, 2, 3, 4 days, right? So this year, there's probably no ice on Lake Ontario. You know what I mean? But over in Lake Superior, imagine almost the whole lake is frozen over, right? And basically, if you're in Canada, what the planes, they don't do is they don't fly across the border, because if they have an incident with the plane, they don't want to have a whole U.S. aspect of whatever has happened. So the plane actually flies inside Canada as it flies over Lake Huron and Lake Superior, right? It doesn't just cut across and go, so how would you say that here? It doesn't just go and cut across and go across southwest Ontario, cut across Lake Michigan, just like that, cut across Wisconsin to go to Calgary. No, the plane actually goes north first and it stays in Canadian airspace to go towards Calgary, right? So that's why we're able to see Lake Superior frozen like that, you know. But just what a sight! It was just a clear blue skies day, and it might have been like February 6th or February 7th, something like that, 2014, right? So that was a very unique experience, you know. Very interesting, man. Let's go back to the chats here. Yeah, see, I like this here. Daniel Atkins is talking about how he's about 2 hours away from Heidi's here and there. That's pretty cool. Even though you guys are far away, it's pretty cool. Like, you guys are a lot closer than me. You know what I mean? A lot closer together than, you know, I am to you. So I'm about 3 days drive with all the stops from any of you guys. Moonman Forrest says Canadians and Michiganders sound very similar, as well as Mr. Cluck and his area. Well, other than our cities. Larry Cluck, you know what? You guys in Minnesota, you guys have a distinct accent. I can tell that accent. Even you share an accent with Wisconsin, okay? Because why do I know this accent? Because as a fisherman, I watch one of the biggest fishing shows on TV, and when I started getting into fishing, I wrote down all the fishing shows that were on the TV, and In Fisherman Television was one of the shows that was on. So I heard the accent of the, what do you say, the Wisconsinians or whatever, right? Or so the Minnesotans, right? Because they're for all those guys, Al Lindner, Jim Lindner, who again? James, what's his name, man? All those guys. Why am I forgetting their names? I can't remember their names now. But I met the guy James. I met him at the fishing show here. He came to Toronto for the fishing convention. We have like a fishing convention, right? That happens every year. And it's around this time of year. I don't go anymore because the show's so small. It's only held in one hall. And then kind of like there's like a other hall that's outside the main hall, and that's part of the fishing show. Back in the day, like 20 years ago, the fishing show used to be like 4 halls, guys. And just so many independent businesses, all the different fishing shops, like the tackle shops and everything. It just used to be so many people involved in these shows, and it's like they're not around anymore, you know. So that show is so small. So now I go to the Sportsman show, which is an all-around. It covers lots of things, right? Lots of different bases, you know, the water sports, the hunting, the this, the that, blah, blah, blah. As opposed to the fishing, which is just before it was just a fishing show. Then it became, because it was shrinking, it became the fishing and boat show. But it wasn't the major boat show that collaborated with, right? Because it's more like fishing boats and stuff like that collaborated with the fishing show. And then the actual big boat show that they had here, well, that's like all the yachts and the cabin cruisers and sailing boats and stuff like that, right? So that's distinct, you know. But then the fishing show itself just got so small, it's not even worth it to go. And then now they have so the fishing show is nothing, but the Sportsman show, which has always been around, that's on now. So I'll be taking my little daughter to that, and hopefully she catches rainbow trout, because they have like a trout pond there, and they have just the fish swimming around in a pool in a circle. And hopefully my daughter catches this year. She didn't catch last year, but hopefully she gets one this year, you know. And I'm sure if she catches one, it'll be the high pitch screams that she does, right? Guys, I gotta slow down on the alcohol, man. This is no good. It's all straight. Yeah, I gotta pace it out here. Let's get back to the chat, man. I'm sure you guys can notice I'm a little bit tipsy too. Oh, sorry, Daniel. Answer me that question again. Is that your little Mazda shop? In that region, it's like, okay, maybe this is what I'm guessing from the geography. There's the mountains here, and then to the west, you have a shop. And there's like kind of maybe like a little town or something. Is that you? Tell me if that's you, Daniel. The Eatonville Mazda shop. Tell me if that's you, man. Because I wouldn't be surprised. I looked that up and I was like, that's got to be Daniel's shop right there. Please tell me. Cold snap. Robert Blacksmith. How you doing, Robert, man? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for signing in here. Thank you very much, man. Robert Blacksmith is kind of new to the channel. And is that your last name, or are you actually a blacksmith? So I'll tell you a story about a blacksmith. I know about blacksmithing a little bit. I mean, not in terms of me doing it, but right beside my unit at the shop, there's a blacksmith. And he's a tall, skinny guy. He have a ponytail. He's kind of a starving artist. And he's got Finnish background. And he knew a little bit of Norse language and stuff like that. He knew a lot about the history of the Norse language, but he taught me a little bit about that language. And he was a blacksmith, and he'd come and hammer these jobs together and make stuff for people and whatnot, right? So he'd be in there with the coal, and he'd have the forge going. Bang, 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 ting, 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 hammering all this stuff, and he'd come in there, and he's one of those people, his eyes was really wide. Some people, their eyes are normal. Some people, their eyes are a little bit, they may have a demeanor where their eyes are very slim and they gotta gaze like this. They're not trying to gaze like this, like how I'm doing now, but some people's eyes are slim, some people's eyes are normal, and he was like a wide-eyed guy. So he'd have all the black coal dust all over his face, and his hair would be all over the place. So we call him Encino Man because he looked like Brendan Fraser in that movie, right? And yeah, I used to do blacksmithing in his shop, right? And there was one time we went to the bar, and there's another guy who I became very familiar with, and we become good friends. And he started renting some space up at beside me with the blacksmith. And one time we all went out for nachos and wings and beers and stuff, and the waitress came, okay, you guys want this and that, okay, pitcher of beer and nachos, whatever. It's like, yeah, something like smells bad. And we're like, me and the other guy, we pointed, we're like, it's him, right? Both of us in unison, we pointed, it's him. We said it's because of the coal and his blacksmithing, right? So it's pretty funny that just immediately, as soon as that happened, we both said the same thing at the same time, right? But he's still around. He calls me for some scrap jobs every now and then. But it's interesting to see his blacksmithing work. He knew his task, you know what I mean? And he used to sit in there and, with his skinny jeans and his cut-off sleeve shirts and everything, and just used to be banging metal and making knives and stuff like that. And actually, I talked to a friend of mine yesterday, a friend who goes back in the day, man. Okay, I used to work for a courier company, and I met this guy, and he's kind of integral why I'm self-employed too. And his name's Justin. I wish he was here on this stream now too. But anyways, I met him at a courier company, and he just came in there to get a job. I was already there, and okay, like we just kind of related, So, this, with some people you talk, oh yeah, you know about this, you know about that, yeah, okay. So he knew a lot of stuff too, and he lived like in the west side of downtown, and I started parting out Toyota 4Runners because I was always a Toyota guy for trucks, right? So I started parting out 4Runners, and the first place I was just out of town, and I was in a guy's barn, but I was like, you know what, I can't work outside in the winter, like my business is shut down, you can't hold cold tools, and you're trying to part out a vehicle in the winter, So this guy, started to get familiar with him, and then he had a big garage. He had a whole wood shop with, he had like a working table in the middle. He had all the wood, like the lathe and the jigsaw and everything all around the edge of the shop. The other side was like a garage. So I started to rent space off of him so that I could break down the parts or break down the trucks and take the parts out and sell them. So he is from New Brunswick, which is close to Nova Scotia. I'm sure you guys heard of Nova Scotia, but it's on the west coast, and it's basically the top of the state of Maine, right? He grew up there, but his family came out to came out to Toronto, and he lived here. And he didn't like living out here because he had run through a split in his family situation. He was taking care of his boys on his own and everything, and he was working hard. He actually rented the shop that was connected to mine, And he said, you know what? I can't do this, man. I got 2 kids. I got to drop them off. I got to start work at 9. I got to finish by 2. And I got to make enough money in this 5 hours to try and feed them. So he said, you know what? I'm moving back home. So he moved back home. He got 11 acres. He got a house. There's 2 lakes on the house. He's on the St. Mary's or St. John's River. He's on the Trans-Canada Highway, which is basically the highway that runs across Canada if you want to do that route, right? And he's like, I got all this, and it's $75,000, right? So he's out there. So I talked to him after he moved out there. I lost connection with him because he changed his phone number, and then his brother called me. I've seen his brother at the scrapyard once or twice, and his brother called me up the other day. He was looking for something in an ad, and he wasn't even calling me because he wanted to buy something off my ad, but he just saw me and he called me and he's like, hey, what's going on, blah blah blah, whatever. I said, I lost Justin's number. I guess he's changed his number, so give me his new number. I want to call him. So I called him up and I said, yeah, I got a YouTube channel too. So now Justin used to do some firewood, and Justin is actually kind of integral in me being in the firewood business, because when I was working in his garage, not on my side of the garage where I was working, which he's renting to me, but on the other side he had a big wood stove, right? And then when he moved into the shop beside me, because what happened was my other friend, we moved into the shop, unit 3, he was in unit 4, I was in unit 3, but then he rented unit 1, we needed a tenant for unit 4, so my friend Justin moved into unit 4. And then later on, after some time passed, he's like, okay, no, I'm moving out. So he left, but he put a wood stove inside the shop there, right? And then the other guy who moved into unit 1, he put a wood stove in there. So that's the reason why I have a wood stove in my shop. And then Justin would just find wood out there on the road and he'd bring it back to the shop to burn it, right? So he's really integral why I have like a wood stove and a wood stove in the shop, you know? So he moved out there, and I lost contact with him because he changed his number, and I just spoke to him literally 2 days ago, you know, and we just caught up about a bunch of stuff, and I told him I have a YouTube channel, I'm in the firewood business, I built my own splitter, all these things, right? So he says, like, I know when he moved out there, he bought a whole bunch of logs. He bought the house, he put a down payment on the house, and he bought a bunch of logs. Right? So he started with the firewood business, but he changed up and he's doing all these different things out there and whatever. And I remember talking to him one point, and he says, you know what? I've kind of done businesses out here, and he's like, I have no money, but I need no money, right? Because he's doing his own homesteading and producing stuff there, which he's trading and bartering. And he's like, hey man, I'm good. But now what he's doing is cab driving, and he says he gets a lot of good tips from people because, you know, they're just wasted, right? And they just want to like give away like money because they don't care, they're happy. And he says, you know what, I've had a hard life, man, you know, I've been through this and that, I've seen all kinds of things, but he's like, being with customers who are telling me their life stories, he's like, my life's pretty good compared to the kind of things they talk to me about, right? Because I've actually heard stories about people who are cab drivers, and it's like, yeah, they just get people to tell their life stories. And even I've had moments where I've talked to cab drivers on a personal level, you know? So I totally relate to that, right? So he says, yeah, man, you know, you get all these stories that show you that it puts things in perspective, you know? So yeah, man, it's all good, but he's a real great guy. Justin, he's, like I said, he's one of the more historic people in my past, and I'm going to bring up and I'm going to say I hailed that guy up. Right? I'm going to tell him about the stream to watch this. I'm going to tell him to tune into the last little bit. But he's hardworking. He started in the scrap metal business before I did. Okay? Like I said, he left the courier company. That's where I met him. And he started doing renovations and everything. And I have another friend who's an electrician. And my friend Justin, when he lived here, it was his mom's house, but his mom owned the house, but she moved, and she works for like the World Bank, right? And she was living in the States at the time. I think it's like that. Yeah, she was living in the U.S. in Washington D.C., right? And so he was running the house. So he's renting on the main floor, and then there's a tenant upstairs and downstairs. And this guy went and renovated the whole house. He basically changed the downstairs into two apartments. He closed off the door, the side entrance of his house, and he made an entrance for like the tenants downstairs, so they wouldn't be affiliated with where he was renting and everything. This guy could just do anything, man, anything, right? And maybe I'll get a picture of him. I'll put it up on the net, or put it up in one of my videos, But yeah, he could do all this stuff on his own, and he was just so able, that guy, and he's just out there making money and always looking at something to do, looking something to figure out, right? But just excellent guy, and even the guy who I rented my shop with, because it's two units there, and we both had our own sides. So when we got in the scrap business, okay, let's rent this place, and you get that place, you get this place. I said, one day the three of us are going to be working together, and that's what happened. The three of us had units all in that same block, and I called it out, I knew it, and that's how it went. So I've always attracted hardworking people. I get upset about people that don't do the work. That's why I appreciate the Firewood community, because we all know it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. And it's funny because even lately, I've had people say to me, oh, you know what? I need firewood, and I can never have enough firewood for the year. Even Stan the Bassman was in here. That's Stan the Bassman is a guy who lives up the lake where I go fish, right? And I've got to know him over the years. Even I've been on site when I see that he doesn't have enough wood. I saw when he had some silver maple or red maple, and we're in Canada Day weekend, July 1st weekend, and I'm there splitting wood for him, and that wood is supposed to be for the winter coming, right? And that's 6 months away. That's even up there, it might get cold late October, early November. That's like 4 or 5 months away from winter, right? And he was behind. So many people I know, they say it's hard to keep up on your wood supply for winter, and even that's happened with me a little bit, because not just do I sell firewood, right, but I have a wood stove in my shop, so I actually need to have firewood for myself. Now, how often do I burn in the winter? I'd say 1, maybe 2 days a week, yes, but does that mean there's nothing to keep up on? Yeah, there is. So I actually had winter for 2 years. Sorry, I had wood for 2 years supplied, and then I kind of ran down. And this year, I have enough for this year, but I was worried that I'd run out, but I have enough wood. So I'll be okay for this year, especially because it's mild. And like I said, I don't spend much time inside, but I have enough wood. I've had maybe a crate and a half, maybe a crate and 3/4. I'm gonna get back to the chat. I see everybody's chatting here. I have a crate and 3/4 of wood that I've been using. So I haven't, my crate inside my shop, I haven't restocked it this year. And I burn a lot of wood trying to dry that sugar maple smoker wood on top of my wood stove, right? But I burned a lot of wood, but I haven't needed to bring any more wood inside. And I have at least 2 crates that I can bring wood inside. So I'm good for now. And I've had where I've kind of run out, but I can make do with some skids and whatever. I'll be okay. But even if I don't burn wood, it just means, okay, I'm not chilling in here. I can do other stuff, right? It's kind of, I have the shop stove, but it's kind of like a luxury. I'm missing on to the chat here, guys. I got to interact here. I can't just be talking all the time, right? Let's see. Yeah, man. Yeah, Daniel, you've been around since pretty much the beginning, Daniel, I really appreciate you, man. You know what? I don't watch your videos enough, man. I don't watch your videos enough at all, and I confess, I'm too busy, and I gotta give more time to you because you give more time to because you give your time to me. You watch almost every one of my videos, man. That's for sure, right? Almost every single one of your videos. Or of my videos. And you know what to do, Daniel? If you make a playlist, I'll go and set up your videos to just run the playlist on them and give you your viewership time. I'll try, you know what, really? I'll try and give you my time to watch the videos. I don't want to just say, oh, well, you know what, I'll run your playlist in the background. No, I'd rather that I watch your videos instead of just run a playlist, you know? Um, guys, okay, I see some Bigfoot talk here. Guys, it's it's hard to. Thank you, Colleen. That's a cool story. Yeah, I have some stories, and you know what? The stories are they the greatest stories in the world? No, but you know what? It's stories that they develop your character and they give you perspective. You know what I mean? But going back to Sasquatch here, guys, what's the story? You tell me. I don't like to assert stuff, man. That's the thing. I know a lot about I know a lot about a crazy. And I know a lot about a lot of crazy stuff that is trippy and is true. But Sasquatch, what's the story? I think there's too many stories to say that Sasquatch is. There's so many stories to say that Sasquatch is real. But at the same time, I think this is 2021, 2022, 2023. This story should be known. Now, a lot of stories are suppressed. Yes, they are, right? But it's like, for me, the whole Sasquatch thing, that should be like kind of confirmed. You know what I mean? If there's a not so much a supernatural element, let's not go too far. But there's a kind of element where they're clandestine, right? If that's there, then that explains why it's not much of a mainstream thing. Because I figured by now in our history, it's like, okay, we figured them out. We know they're real. We know the histories, the cultures, they talked about them, so we found them. Even if it's not here in North America and they don't want to acknowledge them, you might have one on the other side of the globe. Okay, they acknowledge them, right? Okay, you might have that. But it's like, so I guess you could say essentially I'm sitting on the fence because when I can't confirm something myself and I think there's evidence to the contrary, I just say, you know what? I'm stepping back, guys. I'm going to humble myself. I'm not going to assert stuff, right? I don't like to be in a position where I say, I'm asserting this and it's all true, but I'm wrong, right? If I hear one thing, I'll go to the other side and I'll say, listen, I've heard all these things. I witnessed this and that. You're on the other side. I want you to humble me. Okay? Please humble me and tell me why all these things I've heard is wrong. Okay? But if any of you guys know the show Trailer Park Boys, Bubbles, the character, he refers to, he's like very suspicious of Sasquatch, and he doesn't call him Sasquatch, he calls him Sam Squanch, okay? So I've commented Sam Squanch in other videos, and some people get it because they know the show. But I'm telling you guys, if you've never seen the Trailer Park Boys show, I want you to go and check it out, okay? Season 1 to 3 is the best. They had up to season 7, and then the show ended because it had a little bit of like issues, this and that, and some of the characters had issues, and then they dropped out of the show and whatnot. But then what happened is the three main characters, they bought the rights to the show and they kept it going, okay? Now, when you watch the show, I'm telling you it's a great show, but as soon as you look it up, you're going to watch it. I missed a super chat here, guys. Who super chatted, man? How did I miss out? Maybe I did miss out. Jason Lee, is that you who super chatted? I don't know, but you know what? If I missed out, yeah, I think so, Jason Lee. I really apologize, but we're going to go back here. I'm trying to acknowledge every single person here for everything to contribute. But anyways, Trailer Park Boys. So you hear me saying, this is the best show in the world. This is the best show in Canada, whatever it is. Now, when you go and you look up, you're like, the hell is this, man? What's this guy talking about? This show's dumb. This show's stupid. This show's about degeneracy. This show is exploiting the life of trailer park people, right? And that's how I felt when I started watching it. My friend used to watch it, and I thought, this is so degenerate, man. But then you know what? After watching some episodes, I realized how funny it is and how genuine it is, right? And when something simple when it's genuine and when it takes off of things in real life and it exploits those circumstances, like it mocks those real circumstances, like you start relating. So I started understanding the show on the level that they're bringing it, and it's just certain things. There's no point in trying to break it down, but it's so interesting what they're doing, and their take on this whole thing, right? So yeah, it's totally exploiting what people are like in a trailer park, right? Okay, but an artist is an artist, guys. So you can take, if you're an artist, you can take the dumbest things, the most silliest things, and you can exploit them and you can make them funny. There should be no bias involved. It's just if you can take something and you can flip it and you can make people interested in it. That's what that show was. And to go beyond what the show was for itself. So the main character, Bubbles, he tours, well, maybe not so much anymore. I'm not keeping up to date with these guys, but he was touring with Axl Rose of Guns N' Roses. Bubbles, Mike Smith, was an artist himself, and I can't remember what's the name of the band, but they had a little bit of fame in the music industry. And Bubbles, Mike Smith, because of his character, more so than his music affiliation, got familiar with Axl Rose and Guns N' Roses. They would actually tour together, right? And also Snoop Dogg had them on their show, and Snoop Dogg was on their show. When those guys rebooted Trailer Park Boys, I think it was season 10, because like I said, season 7, up to season 7 was the original. That's from Mike Clattenburg, the director. The producer was, what's his name again, man? I can't remember, but it's basically the guy who plays Ricky's dad, right? Those guys put that show together, right? But then the boys bought the rights, so they started doing the show over the original 3 characters. They bought the rights and they started doing the show over the next few seasons. So they brought in different characters. They actually had Tom Arnold on, and Snoop Dogg was on for a few episodes, right? And they exploited it too. They made it like, okay, Snoop Dogg shows up, so a couple of the trailer park girls on the show, they see Snoop Dogg and they start screaming. They look at each other, they scream, and they're like, oh my God, it's Snoop Dogg. Like, they exploited a whole thing that, it's not like, oh, he's just a character who's just acting and doing his own part there. They made it like, oh no, Snoop Dogg showed up? Oh my God, this is crazy, Snoop Dogg, right? But that's how popular the show was. Imagine Snoop Dogg saw these guys and their comedy and everything, and then he just jumped on the bandwagon. He actually became a cast member of the show, right? And it's just heart-to-heart guys who they connected because, the whole marijuana situation and stuff like that, right? And there's people chilling out and enjoying the whole session and enjoying the vibe and enjoying the social environment. And that's what it was, you know what I mean? So they just connected and they started doing this show, right? But I say that's one of the best shows ever made. I'd say at least that's one of the best shows in Canadian television history, right? And there's nothing that really can compete with that, Nothing really at all, man. The only other Canadian content that I know that was really good is there's a guy named Rick Mercer, and he started a show called This Hour is 22 Minutes, and it's kind of like a Saturday Night Live kind of thing where they have these little skits and whatnot. But I didn't really watch that show, but then he started making his own show, the Rick Mercer Show, where he'd spoof news, but then he'd do like events where he does stuff, and he'd go out there in public, and he just put like a persona on and make it interesting, the people that he's interacting with, and the kind of events that he was doing. And me, I'm into the World War II history, so the World War II plane that we have, the Avro Lancaster, which is a 4-engine heavy bomber, equivalent to the American B-17, but 10 times as powerful, twice as powerful, twice as heavy the bomb payload, right? We have one of those planes here. Now, there's a bunch of B-17s that exist, the 4-engine heavy bomber in the U.S., and a lot of enthusiasts and stuff like that. But there's only two Avro Lancasters in the whole world that are flying, right? So we actually have one Lancaster here in Hamilton, which is halfway around Lake Ontario, along the shoreline going towards Niagara, right? So I fly there, and I made a video based on the Avro Lancaster, right? So Rick Mercer actually did a video where he went on a flight for that, and that's paid for the media. And at the time, it was $5,000 a flight or whatever, I think, and then they lowered the price to like, I think $3,200. And our dollar is basically like 20% more than yours. So if we have like, $5,000 Canadian is more like $4,000 US, right? But he went on the flight, and he was very good at what he did with the television production and his character and everything like that. So that's there's the Canadian content. It's not universal here. Like our television here is mostly American production, right? And Canadian production here, we don't hail it up that much. We don't give much reverence to it here. Where as Canadians, we're very unfair to Canadian content. So yeah, there's a lot of people don't know about stuff here, and even like, okay, I grew up in the, like, when I was a kid and I was 14 to 16, I grew up in the golden era of hip hop. And it's like even the musical talent that came out of Toronto, it's like nothing. Now, okay, we have Drake, right? Who's born in Toronto and everything like that, and he's like this huge influence. But it's like, does anybody know any other Toronto musicians? Forget rap alone, but Toronto musicians, who? There's not very many, right? Um, Not much. So Canada isn't big with. It could be big if it wanted to with Canadian artists in different fields, not just music too, not just in different music genres, but Canada is very small in terms of influence, and there's a bunch of American or Canadians who go into the they move down to the U.S. to get into the Hollywood and to get into music stuff. And if you guys have seen X-Men movies, Ellen Page, right, who is now changed her gender, right, and who's now known as Elliot Page, but she was actually the daughter of one of the characters in the Trailer Park Boys movie, and she was in the X-Men movies, okay, as the actor Kitty Kitty something. I can't remember the X-Men. It's not one of the typical X-Men characters you heard, right? But she's one of the X-Men characters in one or two of the X-Men movies, and she was actually an actress on the Trailer Park Boys movie, or the TV show, right? So she's actually the biggest actress, even beyond one of the main characters who was acting teacher, right? There's somebody else I wanted to mention too that was on that show. Oh, yeah, well, even if I mentioned the other characters' names who were already in acting before, you guys wouldn't know them. They're not that big in the whole acting field anyway, and not in the US either, you know what I mean? But yeah, Ellen Page, now known as Elliot Page, is the biggest known actor that was on that show. Okay, can you guys spare me for a washroom break? And I gotta end this soon, shortly. Let me just go through the chats to keep you guys more involved here instead of having it that, Colleen's gotta go. Colleen's probably gone by now. Good night. Right? There's not many of us in here, but you know what? There's been like a straggling 8, 9, 10 people that have been in here, and I gotta thank you guys for watching, because I think, who the hell am I that you guys want to put your time and effort into? You know what I mean? And let's not forget, this is all about Chuck, that great person over there in I can't remember exactly where Chuck lives, but I know his P.O. box is in Bartow, Pennsylvania, because when we exchanged stickers, I had to send my sticker to a box over there, or a P.O. box over there, right? Uh, Heidi, I think that's really cool that, you and another female have connected in here. I think that's awesome too. I thank you for staying around so long, because you've been here for probably over an hour right now, right? Heidi says also, I'm forever blowing bubbles in the jungle. What's this trailer park show? Was there a Bigfoot sighting? No, okay, I'll tell you what happened, Heidi. So you see Bubbles and he's there in his shed because he didn't even actually have a trailer, right? And I'm telling you, as a woman, you're gonna fall in love with Bubbles. You're like, okay, Ricky and Julian, the main characters, they're all good, they're cool, yeah, you like them. Of course they're funny because Julian's a calm, cool, collected guy. He's always got the glass with the ice in it. You know, whether he's in jail or, you know, whether the truck rolled, he climbs out of the wreckage and he comes out with the rum and coke and ting ting ting, you hear the ice cubes like jingling, you know. So a lot of girls like Julian because he seems like that masculine guy. Ricky, he's funny, but because he's not very smart and he's got a short fuse, he's always getting upset and everything, but he's funny and he always has these Ricky-isms or these sayings and everything. So he's lovable too, but Bubbles is the guy who's like, oh, hey everybody, I see you guys fight and I know you guys from like forever, you know, and it's very unfortunate that, you know, I didn't grow up without a family and you guys, you got each other and why are you guys fighting, you know? I'm the guy who's had a shitty life here and whatnot, right? So can we all just be friends and let's remember where we came from and everything like that? That's a pretty good impression right there. But anyways, so one night Bubbles is there watching the TV and they have a documentary about the Sasquatch. So the Sasquatch is all up in his brain. So then all of a sudden Bubbles hears commotion outside and it's just Julian with like a bearskin rug on, whatever. And he's all wasted and he's going from trailer to trailer. I guess he's looking for some help or something, whatever. So Bubbles looks out the window. You know, he's already in the mind state about Sasquatch. And you could tell Bubbles is a character who's certain stuff, he's just kind of like, he just really starts fretting about it, you know what I mean? So he's watching this thing, it's Bubbles. He's watching this thing about Sasquatch. So he's really getting in that mind state, like, oh no, they're out there and everything. Then he looks out the window and he doesn't know it's Julian, but he just sees a guy walking around out there, or a character walking around out there with this fur on him. And Bubbles looks out the window and he goes, right? So then it's just Julian coming to knock on the door or whatever trailer, and then they just start freaking out. Oh, it's a Sam Squanch, and then they just start beating on him with the bat, and then finally, like, they realize it's not a Sasquatch, it's Julian, you know. So yeah, that's that little part about Bubbles and his suspicion and everything, and the Sasquatch, aka the Sam Squanch, right? So, but I'm telling you guys, look up that show. And don't watch it and say this is dumb after one episode or even 5 minutes, 10 minutes of it, right? And say it's dumb and walk away from it. I'm telling you, you're going to fall in love. If you guys know about Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, okay, they were born in Indiana. Was it Indiana or Washington, whatever? But I think they spent some time in Indiana. They grew up in the States, but they moved to England. So they're not in tune. They're not in tune with Canada. They're not so much in tune with the US. They had a lot of their upbringing in England, and then in their later years, they live in Romania. Okay, but I saw a video where there's Tristan Tate. If you guys don't know Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, it's because the media is suppressing them. These guys have become, well, Andrew Tate specifically, have become more searched on the internet than Donald Trump war and Ukraine war combined. Okay, now might I add that if society doesn't want you to know about people, they won't tell you about them. So these guys, I won't even get into it, but they're huge influences on social media, and they're showing men that they gotta get up off their ass, they gotta do shit, they gotta find employment, they've got to earn or gain value in life, all those things. If you haven't heard of them and they get so much search results, just think about that. The two biggest searches in the world, Andrew Tate alone himself has combined, has beaten those two statistics combined. Okay, you might have heard of them recently, but it's only because he got arrested, not because all the many things they say, whatever. But anyways, so Tristan Tate, I was watching one of the shorts videos on him. He says, I heard about a show with, I'll do the English accent, right? These two guys are like, they're kind of like young guys, cocky, arrogant, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, they're refined British gentlemen. They have morals, they have respect, all those things, right? But anyway, so you see Tristan Tate, he says, there's a show that I saw. Somebody introduced me to it. And I watched it for a moment. And I realized this is the funniest show that's on television. I want you to watch it. And I'm sitting there listening to him talking. I'm like, don't say it. I know he's going to say it. As he keeps saying his words, I'm like, I know he's going to say it. I want you to watch the Trailer Park Boys television show. I was like, I knew he was going to say that, man. I knew it. I called it out. Out of all the TV shows in the world, this guy's going to say the Trailer Park Boys TV show. And sure enough, he did. Right? Sure enough, he did. And that's how hardcore this television show is. And there's going to be certain stuff where you're going to be absolutely dying over what happens. It's that kind of stuff where, is there much to it? No. Is it intricate, all these things? No, but you're going to be dying. You're going to be on your ass laughing. Okay, let me go through the chat here. I'm missing out, guys, because I like to talk, you know. Man Moon 4 just showed my age by pulling Rush out of my hat. Okay, well, let me scroll back up in the chat, because you know what? If this wasn't mentioned already, Rush, Alex Lifeson, is one of the people who was on the Trailer Park Boys TV show. Okay, Moonman 4, he was on the show. Alex Lifeson. Okay? And they even talk about what his original, I think he's Czech. So I think they're talking about what his Czech name is, or the original, and what it's translated to in English, that's what he used. Lifeson, his last name. Right? Well, let's go. Just showed my age by pulling Rush out of my hat. Yeah, definitely, man. He isn't that tipsy to remember Bardo PA. Yeah, I'm not that tipsy yet, guys. I'm still on point yet, man. I'm fluid right now. I'm not out of the loop. Okay? So give me that right now. And I'll be happy to tell you when I'm totally off course. But you know what? I'm obviously going to need a washroom break because it's been... Let me look at... Oh, you know what? Let me look at the battery power. 52%. I can go on all night, guys. But I'm not. I'm definitely not. Okay. So we got 3 hours and 2 minutes. I've been on here now. Okay. Brent Thibault. See? We're in Canada. I see the French influence name. I don't know if you're in Canada or in the US. But I see Thibault. And that means the H and the L and the T are not pronounced. So Brent Thibault. I only see you in the firewood pile or in your truck hauling wood. Now you're sitting back on TV chilling, having a sippy sip. Awesome. Yeah, man. You know what? I know how to live life. I work my ass off. I guarantee you I work harder than anybody in this community. And that's not bragging. I don't like to brag. I never like to try and say I do this, so therefore I am this. I don't need that in my life. I'm an average person. I have my ups, I have my downs, right? But I know what I'm capable of, and it's out of necessity where I become a machine. Okay? It's not because every day I've just been like steamrolling everything. That's not me. Okay? I have a lazy side, I have a procrastination side, but because things are necessary, that's what I do. Okay? I do what I do because it's necessary. But what I believe in personally is you're supposed to enjoy life and you're not supposed to be working your ass off. This is 2023 and you should not be worried about your bills. You should not be worried about your funding. You should not be worried about anything about that. And I'll emphasize that point. Not to say because life should be hard, right? Life should always be hard, but I'm emphasizing this point because if society tells you your life's going to be easy, you get to this point and everything's just going to be sorted out, everything's going to be okay. Okay? And it's not like that. You know what I mean? And the last 3 years, we know what's going on, and it's made everybody's lives tough. And the whole point of the system is supposed to say, hey, now I believe a lot of different things about the last 3 years. But outside of that, let's say it's normal, or let's say it was natural, and let's say everything like that. Let's be fair. Let's say if it was just a big problem that came upon us and we didn't know, and the problem came, it was natural and everything. Okay, well, we have certain people who are supposed to say, you know what? Look what happened. We're supposed to fix this. We're supposed to sort this out. We're supposed to make people's lives easier, right? We're supposed to get people back working. We're supposed to do all those things. That's not happening. Okay? So I'm the type of person who says, you know what? We should be working hard, but we should be, at the same time, get time to enjoy ourselves. Like if you talk to people from Europe, they're like, yeah, we work 4 days a week. We don't work like 12 hours a day. You guys in the States are nuts. You guys in Canada are nuts, right? So there should be a balance with the technology that we have to be able to make things happen. Like our world, with our efficiency, with, you consider labor that people did before. Our efficiency is like, let's be realistic here. I like to use realistic numbers. Our efficiency is 20 times faster and easier than it was before for the average person, say like 300 years ago. Let's not go back 1,000 years ago. Let's go back 300 years ago. Let's go back 150 years ago, right? Shouldn't we be in an easier position now, right? Guys, I don't want to be hanging. Can you give me 30 seconds for washroom break, please? Just give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, guys. And thanks for the diehards. I swear, 8, 9, 10 of you who's like, I'm going to stay here and listen to this. And I'm profound. I don't think I'm the most interesting character. I don't think I deserve so much attention. But I appreciate every single person who's in here right now. This is kind of metastasized into a 3-hour and change live stream. It's about my buddy Chuck over at Oaksawmill. I thought it was going to be done like an hour ago. But I love this type of community. And I like being able to chat here. And when I started YouTube, I was like, what is this, man? This is different. I'm not an actor, guys. I'm not good with the camera. I'm not good with none of that. I'm only here because of familiarity. That's all it is, man. And here I go. But I should get some ice. I need ice. Let me pour a little more. I don't want to get drunk. Yes, it's a holiday Monday. I'll be okay in the morning. I'll be totally fine. But I didn't want to drink this much. I just need some ice. Give me 50 seconds, or sorry, 15 seconds. I'm just gonna walk over here with the tray. I'm not even gonna keep you guys hanging. Okay, put this away and I'll be back. And this is totally reminding me of Julian from Trailer Park Boys. That looks like a lot, guys. Julian always has his rum and coke. There's no mix in this. Let's say, once again, cheers to Chuck at Iron Oak Sawmill. Let me tell you something, man. I believe in the afterlife. I wouldn't be surprised if Chuck knows that this is going on right now, that he's getting a tribute to him right now. Let me know if anybody else feels like that. Does anybody else feels like he knows what's up? Because this is the thing. Brent Tebow says you sound like Bubbles. Good on you, brother. I'm good with impressions, man. I'm a bit of an artist, you know. Let me go through here. I see, is Daniel still here? Are you still here? That's pretty cool, man. But you're 3 hours ahead, right? So if it's, yeah, you know what? If it's 12 o'clock here, almost 12 o'clock, that means it's almost 9 o'clock, right? So Daniel, you're still good. It's not a late night here, man. What's the kind of, okay, Brent's asking what I'm drinking. Like I said, guys, I can handle my liquor. I'm not a big drinker, right? I can only do like over a dozen if I'm occupied and I have stuff going on. This is El Dorado, and one of my viewers, like I said earlier, he said this is good Guyanese rum. Okay, Guyana is a country in South America that's more related to my Caribbean culture, right? It's not like the Spanish and Portuguese culture that is typical of South America. But I held up this bottle, and he's like, oh, yeah, some good Guyanese stuff right there, right? So, okay, you just informed me. This is a gift for one of my customers, right? But I'm not a drinker, but at the same time, I can kind of handle my liquor. And obviously, you guys can see that, right? I'm not drinking fast, but I'm not drinking slow. I've been drinking straight with no ice, not watered down whatsoever. Cheers, everyone. But I'll tell you something, okay? This is actually drinkable, because most hard liquor, as much as I could sit there and say, I don't care about what I feel like drinking, I don't care about what I like to drink, about all those things, it's strong, it doesn't taste right, it blah blah blah, I don't get hangovers, but it's going to make me feel funny in the morning. I'll tell you what, this is going down really nice. So I don't like drinking hard liquor straight. Right, I'm doing this for Chuck and in celebration. I'm not saying drinking alcohol is the most ethical thing, whatever, but I'm doing this just to show support, to show good energy, and this stuff is going down nice. But the guy Andrew who recognized this bottle or this brand, whatever, he was somebody who was on the news because a tire came across the highway, like the major highway, like 65 miles an hour, 62.5 miles an hour highway, 4 or 5 lanes wide with express lanes as well. A tire came at him and went through his car and nearly killed him. And he was on news here and he was on CNN, right? So by chance, he just found me on YouTube, and not even like 2-3 months ago, and we're like, hey, what's up? And he was like, hey, I'm like, hey, was that you? Like, are you the original poster? And he's like, yeah, that was me, man. So he's Guyanese background, which shares a similar cultural background, not necessarily geographical, although it's not so far from Trinidad and Tobago, right? Trinidad and Tobago is the last island in the Caribbean archipelago, the Caribbean islands. So basically, Cuba is close to Florida, Jamaica is close to Cuba, and then a whole arch going across and south is all the Caribbean islands, and then Trinidad and Tobago is the last Caribbean island, which is actually, you could see South America from Venezuela. Like if you go to the northern tip, northwest tip of Trinidad, you can see Venezuela. There's like 2 points. Trinidad's top northwest point meets with Venezuela's point that sticks out from the land. You can actually see it out there. I was in a boat out there, and I could see Venezuela from the shoreline, kind of thing, right? So even though we're separated by, like, I guess, is the Caribbean technically Central America? You could say that. It's not close to Mexico and Nicaragua and Costa Rica and all that stuff, but if you just went like an east to west region, that's where the Caribbean islands are, right? So that's where I originate from. I was born here in Toronto, and but yeah, Guyana shares a similar culture. Will Davidson likes your post. WD30 likes my post on Facebook. I posted on Facebook about what's going on here. Jeff Y, how you doing, man? Thanks for showing up, bro. I know it's like 3 hours into it, and still you managed to get out here, Heidi, you asked, are my parents in Canada? How about this? My parents are across the street. Okay? I grew up on the same street my whole life, guys. My street's a diagonal street in the suburbs, which connects a main street and a main street, right? It's actually like if you were in the northwest kind of thing or whatever, and you're heading, typically, a lot of traffic goes towards downtown. And our city is it's like the kind of example you'd want if you were going to say, well, if you're downtown, you're actually downtown as in your south kind of thing, right? So, downtown here is right on the lake. So you can't go south from downtown. You can only go north, right? You want to go south from downtown, you're in the water, right? So you have east of downtown, you have west of downtown, you have north of downtown. So where I am, I'm east of downtown and I'm north of downtown, right? So if there's no traffic and I drove downtown Toronto, it's like literally like 10 minutes with no traffic. There is traffic here in the city, in any city, but for me to get in the downtown region, and there's okay traffic, not zero traffic, not heavy traffic, but I can get downtown in 10 minutes, right? I'm close to the highway that goes downtown. It runs east of downtown and it goes south. So if I just drop down that highway, I'm technically in downtown. I get off the exit, I go west a little bit, then I'm in the core. If I go west another 5 minutes, then I'm in the core of downtown Toronto. So if I said on what's the average of me getting right into the heart of Toronto, let's say Yonge Street, which is the center street, the middle street, not right at the bottom near the lake, not further up, but if I got into the very heart of Toronto on any given day, an average day, it would take me, let's say, 20 minutes, maybe 22 minutes at most, right? So where I am, I'm on the street where people kind of gotta, if you're going, most of the traffic in the morning is going one way, right? So I live on a street where a lot of people are coming down, and I grew up in the townhouse that's off that street, and now I live across from my parents in the building across from the townhouse. So I've moved twice in my life, but I live on the same street, okay? I'll tell you something interesting about my grandfather too, when my parents are from Trinidad. So my mother, her family is actually from St. Vincent. So they moved to Trinidad, and she was born in Trinidad, right? St. Vincent's a little further up the Caribbean archipelago. Jeff Y says, I do miss Chuck. I chatted with him a lot on his live streams. I did not get a chance to meet him at the last Paul Bunyan show. Guys, I want to get out to the Paul Bunyan show, okay? I just got to update my I just got to update my passport, get it renewed. There was a big news story where there was a long lineup to in the passport office because of the lockdown and stuff. And if you didn't know, Canada was like third, probably in the world with lockdown measures, right? The third strictest. That's probably all gone now. I remember even like the DMV, um, what we call the what do we even call it here? I can't remember, but the equivalent of the US DMV, the driving license um, office, the government office, right? Not anymore, but there's just lineups like super long. Not just along the plaza, but like they made it across the parking lot. They didn't even run it along the plaza, like the walkways in front of all the different storefronts. No, they made it like perpendicular, or sorry, across, like out from the thing, right? Like way away from the building, right? Instead of alongside all the other shops. That's how long the lineup was here. So that lineup's all gone. Um, a lot of things have gone back to normal here in a sense. It's a lot slower, a lot like less hours that businesses are opening. But anyways, I got to go get my passport renewed, and then I can do that. Len S says Kingston Road. Kingston Road's where my Woodyard is. That's not really where I live. When I leave from where I live, I go southeast to my shop, and the old Woodyard is beside the shop, so that's there. But then if I left the shop, I'd go east, and then I connect with a street that goes along Lake Ontario shore, which is on an angle going to the, like, say it's east northeast, right? And then that is close to the major highway, the 401, which runs east to west. So if when I leave the Woodyard, I actually go in a westerly direction and then drop down on another highway and then get back home. So this picture, like, not a triangle, but my whole travel from home to the shop, I go, like, if I leave home, I go southwest towards the shop, and Kingston Road is near the lake, right? My shop isn't quite Kingston Road. My shop is halfway between Kingston Road and my home, right? But if I left my shop, I take St. Clair Avenue, and I go up St. Clair Avenue. It intersects with Kingston Road, which runs alongside Lake Ontario shore. And oh, Len, okay, yeah, you used to work at Kingston and Midland. Okay, so yeah, I don't get quite to Midland, but okay, so if you know the area, my shop's at Warden and Eglinton. I go south towards St. Clair. I'm halfway between Eglinton and St. Clair off of Warden. So I would leave from there. I take either Birchmount or Warden, and I go south to St. Clair. And St. Clair, as you know, intersects with Kingston Road. So I make that left, you know, a small angle going left, and then I continue on Kingston Road. I go up to the Woodyard, right? Okay, Len, answer me this. Are you my customer who buys the wood in Leaside, or are you different, Len? That's what I need to know. Oh, and Heidi, Trinidad and Tobago is the best island in the Caribbean. Okay? Ian, you're watching. Ian's my friend from high school. He's at B's. B's my friend from high school. Thanks for watching, guys. B was down at the oh, you're in the country, Len. Okay, all right, I see. So what town? Tell me what town you in. I'll come and visit, man. We'll go have a beer. Let's go. That's what. Hey, I drive all over. So if you're out there, I'll come down there and we'll have a beer, man. We'll just talk. That's what I like. Near the Peterborough Pets. I don't know where that is. I know where Peterborough is. I'm very familiar. Off of Highway 7 there. Lansdowne Street and all that stuff here. Oh, Paul's there too, eh? Okay, Young's Point. Okay, Len. I used to go to Chandos Lake, which is off Highway 28. Young's Point is on Highway 28. I used to go to Chandos Lake in Apsley. So I used to pass by you all the time there. Okay? Small world, man. I'm a city kid, but I know all the regions. What's up, Paul? How you doing, man? So you're all the way in from Brampton. Paul's visiting some friends of mine. He's from west of Toronto. Well, he's from here, but he's out living west of Toronto or northwest of Toronto. He's hanging out with the boys about 7 minutes away from me. So he's pretty close. Who knows? Well, I shouldn't be coming out to hang out with you guys, but because I've been having a couple of drinks, but that's the type of person I am. I'm like, you guys are getting together? All right, I'll come see you. But no, I'm just going to chill here. Yeah, how you guys doing, man? You guys are friends. You know what? How long do I know you guys? Since 1996, man. Guaranteed, not 95, not 97. It's 96. Okay? 1996, man. In high school. I started there February 1996. I started getting familiar with you guys in probably March, April 96. And that's the truth. There's not really a give or take in those estimates there. It's basically February. Well, I mean, February's the earliest. That's when I started there. So March, April 1996. That's how long I've known you guys. So 96, so 2006, 2016. That's 20 years. And then another 7 years. I've known you guys 27 years, man. 27 years. I'm still around. Brent Thibault says, you can't leave. You gotta chill in your house. You don't want to pay them big tickets. The po-po will get you. Yeah, well, that's gonna be Canada in like 5 years, you know. Ian says, I know it's a long time. Yeah, and Ian, thanks for supporting the channel, man. You know, I guess there's not many people who really are involved with this channel, like, to the bone. Daniel Atkins, who was here for a bit there, right? Like I said, he's from the get-go, you know what I mean? But yeah, this Ian's a big supporter of this channel. I thank you, because it's like, well, do you really care about Firewood? No, but you've been supporting the channel, man. You know. Actually, Heidi, in my boating, I've taken Ian out there one time. One time we went to Toronto Islands, right? And he brought his girlfriend out there, and yeah, you know, they indulged in that trip too. So Heidi says, okay boys, Anthony has drank me under the table, so I best stagger off. So you're gonna go? Good night. Okay, good night, Heidi. Thanks for coming out. And yeah, like I told you, if I keep occupied, and it's not like I'm keeping physical, I'm just keeping mentally occupied, I can drink. I should have checked how much liquor was in here. There's still a bunch in here. I don't know how much I started off with, but guys, I'm like 85% like okay here, man. I'm not getting into any let me look straight at the camera. I'm not going off the edge here. You guys can tell I'm still okay here, man. I'm still okay. That's okay. Another salute for Chuck Rogers. Okay, I'm telling you, that guy is awesome, man. And it's not because I know him for a long time. I said that before tonight in this stream. It's because there's just that essence of humanity. When someone sees your light, they see yours, and they stand out in your life beyond the people, the people who are there all the time. Okay, there's always people coming and going in your life. There's people who are there all the time, whatever. But more specifically with this YouTube channel, I met plenty of people in this YouTube channel. And Chuck is somebody who we just related on stuff, and we just felt the energy among us. You know? And let's not forget, Ian, Paul, Brian, this stream is for Chuck, man. Okay, and I ask you guys to just do me a favor. Go out to Iron and Oak Sawmill channel and watch a video. Even if you order a t-shirt, okay, help his wife Debbie, who helps him run the machines and everything. help her out and pay for the funeral by buying a t-shirt. If that's all I could ask, I don't like to impose upon people. I don't like to ask them to do too much. I think people already today, they're not really involved and they don't really support too many causes because they're busy with their own life. And I understand you're busy with your own life, but I'm just asking people to support even if it's the littlest thing. Even if you go and you watch 2 minutes of one video, just go check out Iron and Oak Sawmill, and that's my friend Chuck. You guys have seen me build up this channel. You're my friends since 1996 basically. Just do me a favor, just take a minute or take, whatever, and just give some support to Chuck at Iron and Oak Sawmill. Give some support to his wife, give some support to the family, send a prayer, do whatever, do anything. Send a super, go to one of their old videos and send a super thanks. Just please, guys, do something for me, and just, even if it's just you're gonna take a thought now for 5 seconds and you're gonna project a positive piece of energy towards them. Just please do that for me, guys, because trust me, to the bone, like Chuck understands that I'm working hard. I understand that he's out there doing his thing, working hard, and that's the essence of life here. That's what we need to understand. This is not about, well, I don't have any time and I don't have, and blah, blah, blah. The real life is realizing real people in this world. It's not about who is this and who is what and who's blah, blah, blah. It's the essence of what a person's character is. And when they know the real life shit, or they don't. And that's the kind of people you should have in your life. Even if you don't know them, you understand there are certain people that they hold specific standards. They keep up to those standards and they shine a certain light. You know what I mean? I don't have to explain any more than that, right? I really appreciate you guys coming out, supporting the channel, supporting Chuck, everything like that, man. Remember, Debbie Rogers, I'm sure she's in a lot of pain right now, and I sent her a message, and I tried to send her the most profound words spoken with only maybe 12 words. Now, some of you guys, I like to talk, right? I like to write too, but I sent Debbie the most profound words I could send doing it within like 15 words, okay? To know that people care out there, okay? That's what I did. I tried to say in the simplest form. I might write you, in a certain circumstance like this, I might try and write you a paragraph, okay? But I sent, and I swear, not more than 15 words. I try to send the most powerful words about my connection to Chuck. And you could say that's extended to her too, because she's always been part and parcel. It's not just Chuck's running his channel, Iron Oak Sawmill, and that's just him and blah, blah, blah. No, Deb's part of it too, okay? And Chuck kept Deb in the loop about, yeah, look at this guy's channel, Ontario Firewood Resource. Anthony, this guy's cool. He kept her in the loop. You know what I mean? So I want you guys to appreciate that fact and that circumstance and that part of life, because as much as there's 7 billion people in this world, everybody has worth, And I know some of you people out there, even my closest friends that are watching here right now, you guys see me as someone who, yeah, I've been involved in certain research and I've been, really about certain stuff, and I've been even maybe overdoing, relaying about certain topics, about relaying certain information, all the things. I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from. Those who know me and those who don't know me that well. The world is real, and it's more than just our existence. There's existence beyond death. And every person has value. Okay? Every single person on this earth has value, and they've brought something to the earth. And even that, if that person is negative, they might have brought enlightenment to you via their negativity. Okay? So every single thing that comes at you, whether positive or negative, you have to get something out of it. And you have to understand, you have to take that thing and you have to compare it to everything else. And what life is perspective. And whether you know someone who was bad to you, or whether you know someone who gave life to you, or whether you know someone who gave information to you, you have to take what you can from that person, and you have to understand that even if that was a negative influence on you, that still in the end was something to grow you and something to build you. Okay? Trust me, some of my friends here know me for being like a little extra about the knowledge that I learned and I try to extend to people. But the thing is, there's understanding behind it, and understanding overall is life is important and life is significant. And sorry, we're not just a blob who just came out of a primordial soup millions of years ago, and nothing means nothing and your life means nothing. Sorry, you, me, everyone out there is not just a piece of matter that happens to be synchronizing with itself to keep itself going. Okay? Tell me how many people understand that. Tell me how many people see that. Tell me how many people acknowledge that point. When you get down to the root of things, all the small stuff doesn't matter. Tell me if I didn't make a serious point right there. Brent Thibault says, "You sure know you're a tree species." You know what? I needed to say something, man. I needed to. Sorry, that last comment wasn't that bad, but it was off. You know what? I needed to know my business. That's why I know trees. Okay? I don't know trees, excuse me, because I'm in tune with all these things, because I'm adept, because I'm smart, because I'm all these things. I know trees because I said, if I'm going to sell wood, I need to know my product. And I learned my product. That's what I did. Okay? I learned every single tree species, and as much as so many tree species look like other tree species, I learned it because I needed to know it. I came from the world of scrap metal recycling, where you see stuff on the side of the road, you see stuff behind the business, you see stuff in front of the house, you see stuff in front of the, or behind the apartment building. I need to know what it is, so that if I stop my truck and I go and I take that and put it on my truck, I need to know what that is. So when I first started getting wood, I remember there was one guy who was a tree cutter, and he was cutting down some pine. There was all snow on the ground. It was the middle of winter. I took some wood, and I sat there and I talked to the guy about the wood and whatnot, and it was a pine tree. It was a red pine probably. If I think back, I even know what the wood looks like, right? And I was like, well, what's the story here? I'm picking up some wood. Is it good or is it not? Right? And I realized I had to learn, if I'm going to find wood on the side of the road, I have to know, is it good or not? Because I didn't just think, you see some people out there are like, what is this wood, man? You just burn it, it's okay. But there's a difference. Most of you guys know that, right? You can burn all the wood you want. You can get the temperature you want from any wood you want. But just how much work you're going to do. You're going to get the good stuff that keeps the temperature, or you're going to get the bad stuff that you got to keep using to get the temperature that you want. That's the only difference between softwood and hardwood. How much work you do. What species? Species doesn't matter. Matters how much wood you need to get the certain temperature. That's all. Right? But if you got pine, you got oak, you can be doing a lot more work to be burning the pine, loading, going, getting more. Oh, it's burnt out an hour and a half in. I got to get more wood. That's the pine. You got to keep loading, right? You got oak, throw it in and go. Come back a few hours later, right? That's the only difference. But I had to learn my product and learn how to identify wood, and I didn't. did I try to, or how did I think about it? I guess just basically the way I thought about it, guys, was grassroots. Okay, I'm in the scrap world. I gotta figure out what scrap metal is good or what's not. What scrap metal is, or sorry, what is scrap metal, what is not scrap metal. What they buy at the scrapyard, what they don't buy at the scrap metal. I had to learn that, and that's what brought me to the wood business. That segued into the wood business. So I drive around, I see metal. Okay, I drive around, I see wood. So is the wood good or not? Is the wood going to make me money or not? That's what I had to do. I said, okay, well, I have to learn the different trees. Now I'm okay with learning about trees because I've already used so much wood to cook my own burgers on the fire, to cook my own steak, to cook my own eggs, cook my own turkey bacon, all that stuff like that, right? I had to learn that. Okay? So I took my time to learn the different species, and we got Google. So okay, you want to look up a certain wood. What does a tree look like? What does a bark look like? What does a heartwood look like? What does a sapwood look like? All those things I looked up, and I learned the different types of wood. And this is what I tell people about IDing trees. It takes you 10 years to be able to ID trees. Okay? It took me 3 years to begin identification and to separate, this is on the outer level. It's 3 years to start to get familiar. It took 3 years to become adept at tree ID. Okay? And it took another 3 years to perfect my skills because, okay, you get familiar, that's fine, 3 years in. But then you start realizing a lot of trees look like a lot of other trees, right? So then you have to learn that pattern, and you have to learn the different types of species so that you can say, okay, well, this looks like one, and it might be the same as the other in a certain way, but you have to distinguish, right? So you also get to a point where you realize there's not so many different type of trees that's out there. There's certain type of families and certain type of leaf shape. It's like maple. Most of the maple leaves have a maple leaf shape, and you have to learn to distinguish. Here in Ontario, there's like 7 different types of maple, right? So you have to be able to distinguish that. But then you're dealing with, 7, 8 different types of tree species that all have different types of species within those species. So you have oak, right? You have species that are not related, but the leaves are similar. So elm is not related to beech. Beech is not related to ironwood. I mean, is it? Maybe a tiny bit. I don't know, to tell you the truth. But the fact is, you have beech, elm, and ironwood leaves. They look basically the same. So you got to know how to distinguish those trees. It's not as, this tree has this one shape of leaf. Oh, I know how to ID it. No, it's not as simple as that, right? So there's a lot of learning. So you've got a lot of familiarity within your first 6 years, or the 3 to 6 year period. Then you have to perfect your skills. So now I'm not talking about when you can identify the leaves, because what if the leaves aren't on the tree, right? You have to go by bark. But what happens if there's no bark? Okay? Then you have to go by certain characteristics of the wood without the bark. Now, some wood, because the bugs kill the trees, you can use the outside of the wood underneath the bark to identify the tree. But it goes beyond that now. Okay, so you have to have the ability to even know wood when you have no bark, you have no leaves, and that wood is sitting in a firewood pile, and even if it's rotten, it's lost its structural integrity. You got to be able to know how to identify that wood without the bark, with the rot, with the decay, right? I even know how to identify wood in the dark. Okay, so somebody could have in their typical city house, which is a small property, is have a walkway towards the backyard. And they have their little wood stack on the beside the house. And I can go there at night. And the wood's rotten, so it's lost its integrity where it doesn't have the typical form because stuff's like eroded away, right? It's like, let's say you had something and you said, ID this, but then I took sandpaper and I rubbed it down. When wood rots, it loses its outside character. So think about this, it's the same thing. If I go and I take something, I go sandpaper it down. That's the same as if a piece of wood lost its structural integrity and it's withered away, right? I can go and look at that wood and I can even tell if the wood has rotten, has rotted. And I can tell you what type of wood that is because I won't even see the characteristics of the rot. And I'll be able to tell you that this wood, even though it's rotten, it looks different from this type of wood that's rotten, right? So that's how I've learned the product, you know what I mean? And there was one time where I went down to the Humber River in the West End. I had to deliver a guy some wood. An African guy who said he's going to have a party and he went online to look for wood. So he called me and he said, can you bring me a load of wood? Okay, I said, I'll give you a face cord. And it was like, you know, a face cord's a lot of wood, right? It's a single unit, it's the smallest unit beyond a half a face cord, right? But I showed up there with my truck and he says, that's a lot of wood, right? So I went and delivered all the wood and there's some tree cutters there and they looked at some of the wood and they said, oh, that's red oak. And I said, no, it's not red oak, it's sugar maple. And they're tree cutters. Tree cutters don't know about firewood, guys. Understand that. Tree cutters are not firewood people. Okay? Tree cutters, they cut the wood and that's it. They might know, oh, we cut an oak today, oak's good, yeah, that's it. But they don't know how to visually identify all the time. Well, there's my first yawn. Anyway, he insisted that the wood that I had was red oak. And I said, no, it's sugar maple. I know what you're saying. It looks like sugar maple. Yeah, I get that. I'll give you that. But what I realize is he's not that adept with understanding the wood identification. So I told him, because I know this is 1000% sugar maple, not in an arrogant way, but I just try to show the guy that I understand the wood enough and that I identified it, what it was, and that's it. And the most important part of that picture is I know my species. Okay? I had to learn it and I did it. And it's very important to know my product. And I know that not firewood. Leave the word firewood out. Tree cutters. Even the boss man. So many of those guys don't know their product. Okay? You know how many guys I've seen cut a tree, they don't know what type of tree it is, and they're the boss. They got 2, 3, 4 guys working with them, they don't know the tree. Okay? They do not know the species. They're not arborists, they're not certified arborists. Let's leave that out of the category. If you're a certified arborist, you know the tree. But of course, there's businesses where it's like, do they identify every species? No. You get a call to cut down a tree? Yeah, they know how to cut it down. That's different from being able to identify the species. Okay? And they are very much relevant to each other. Okay? Tree cutters are not firewood sellers. They usually aren't. They don't know the product like that. You know how many tree cutters I could say, how many BTUs per cord is red oak? Let's see, what's BTUs per cord? You might have heard BTUs with air conditioning, but do they know BTUs for firewood? No, because even I myself, I could say, I heard BTUs before, that's applied to cooling. But even still, if you hear thermal units, British thermal units, thermal, thermal means more heat to me, right? If I hear thermal, I've heard it plenty of times. We're in Canada, it's cold here. In the winter anyway, right? So if I hear thermal, that tells me it's got involved, it's involved with heat. So why I know air conditioning is because I'm in the scrap business, the scrap metal business. So I've had rooftop air conditioners, the big giant ones that are like 5, 6, 7 feet long, right? I know about that and how many BTUs they are. I know the type of tonnage they have. Like, okay, you have one, the central air for your home, it's like 1 ton unit, maybe 2 ton. And then if you have like a business, and not a big business, a small thing, you know, it's a couple tons, whatever, right? So I know the term BTU in air conditioning before I know the term BTU in firewood. So when I heard the term in firewood, I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I know that term. But just ask anybody. If you want to talk to a firewood operator, I'll tell you, here's how you figure them out. Here's how you call them out. Here's how you see what's their worth and if they know their product. Ask them what's the British thermal units. Okay? That's how you weed them out. If they don't know that, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm not saying they can't sell you good wood, but most of them won't sell you good wood. I should say most of them won't sell you dry wood. Okay? They know they cut down an oak tree. Oh, that's good. Do they know what type of oak it is? No. But if they know they cut down an oak tree, they know it's good wood. If they know they cut down an ash tree, they know it's good wood. Okay? But then things start to get gray. Because if they cut down a maple tree, well, in my specific area, Ontario, then they know that maple could be, or sorry, I know that maple could be one of 3 different scenarios. It could be good maple, be average maple, or it could be crap maple. When I say crap maple, how many people think of box elder? Exactly. Box elder, 18 million BTUs per cord, something like that. And there's a lot of that stuff here. It grows in all the alleyways, and you have a lot of like the old school houses where before they had cars, they didn't have like a driveway where the car could park, right? They might have had something, but if you had like money back in the early 1900s, and you had like a horse, like a horse stable, like in the back of your house, right? Now what happens is some people, they have that as like a little loft and, you know, rental place in the back of their house, but that's not very many in Toronto. It's not a significant number. But you'd have a lot of laneways in the backyards, and you'd have a lot of box elder, and they'd be growing like literally through the fence and stuff like that. You have the little ravines, they'd be growing in there. Some of the river valleys here, you just see them sprawling, like they're growing literally like this, where you have the box elder, not very good for heat, you know. When you have the rocky areas and the hilly areas, then you have the nice straight up sugar maples competing in the forests of the river valleys, right? But so many tree cutters, they don't know the value. And I'll tell you that it's so funny because, you know, you come up like you're a nobody, you don't know anything about wood, right? You don't know nothing. Then okay, you meet tree cutters and you're like, you know what, these guys know, man. They know what's going on. Then you realize, you know what? They don't know about wood in terms of firewood for heat. And guys, I'll be fair. I'm always really fair. Okay? So like I said, I gave those guys the benefit of the doubt of knowing the product 10 times more better than me. But what I realized is that even when my early days with the limited knowledge, I really realized that the firewood people don't have, or sorry, the tree cutters let's see, how much knowledge do they have of firewood? I give them 15%. Okay, that's what I'll give them, 15% of their ability to know about wood and the different aspects of it. Okay, maybe sometimes it's 10. But I learned my product, and I learned that it takes a lot more than just knowing. Like if I say maple, okay, we have 7, 8 different species of maple here. Maple doesn't mean this good. Maple means box elder, it means silver maple, it means sycamore, it means sugar maple, right? So sugar maple's the top, sycamore maple's relative, but silver maple, red maple, box elder, which we call Manitoba maple, not good. You also have black maple, and we have striped maple. I ran into striped maple the first time last fall when I went and did the Nature Walk Tree ID video. Okay? Never seen striped maple before. Very distinct because it's like somebody took chalk and they made white lines around the bark of the striped maple. And that was a first for me to see striped maple in Ontario. And black maple is fairly new to me too. And actually, in my parents' neighborhood where I grew up, they cut down the ash tree that was in the front lawn and they replaced it with a black maple. So first I thought it was silver maple. I'm like, what are they doing, man? Stupid silver maple, right? They're so common, whatever. But then I realized in the fall, like I looked at the colors of the tree, and it was silver maple is it's like a cross between red and like purple, the color of the leaves. But then I see the colors of the black maple, and it's like Halloween colors. Like there's the really dark, and then there's the orange, and then there's like everything kind of in between that. You know what I mean? So it's like different because I know all the other maples. I see them all the time, and black maple is very rare here, right? So it's very distinct from the other type of maples that I saw. Like I said, I got thrown off when I thought it was a silver maple from the get-go, you know? Very small tree too, so it's a smaller tree is harder to identify than a big tree, right? So in the summer, whatever time it was, they replanted, and I said, oh yeah, they planted silver maple. That's so cheesy, like they're so common, they're so, you know? But it's like, whatever, man. Then the fall came around, I started to see the different colors. And I saw that because the silver maple leaf, now see my hand, it's got these deep cuts between the fingers, right? That's reminiscent of a silver maple, but the black maple is the same kind of thing, right? Except instead of, like I have 5 fingers, just picture them more starred out. Black maple is more like a star, right? And the silver maple is more like the outside lobes. There's 3 lobes. There's the middle one, outside and outside. But they're more like, you see this shape here, right? That's silver maple, and then you got the one in the middle. You got the deep cut in this lobe and this lobe. But the black maple is more like a 5-pointed star, but it still has long lobes all over the place, right? So that's kind of closer to a black maple. And that's the tree in front of my parents' house. So I grew up with this tree that I didn't know was an ash tree growing up, and then they have a black maple, right? So when the colors change, that's when I realized it's not a silver maple, because before I thought, oh, you look at the leaves, you have the deep cuts and the lobe, oh, it's just a silver maple. I didn't look at it. I didn't know it was. But then when the fall colors came around, I realized the different colors there that were totally different from silver maple, and that's what it was, right? So, anyways. East Firewood. I missed out on some people here, or just one person. Ian says, I'll definitely take a look. Lynette says they sent to Canada. You sure know your tree species? Yes, Brent, that's right, man. I just took the time. That's what I did. It doesn't seem like I put much time into it, but I did, right? I just felt I had to know my product. I didn't kill myself about it. That's how I don't feel. I probably did in a way, but I put tons of time in to learn my tree species, and I did it because I felt I had to know my product. Because like I said, I started driving around picking up scrap metal and having to know what items I could take to the scrapyard and not, right? And I guess maybe that segued into me knowing, okay, you want to pick up wood, well, you gotta know what type of wood there is. So, without bragging, I think I'm an ace with tree ID, and it's because I keep looking. And it's not only just the simple ID factors that I've talked about, it's you start getting to know other factors. Like I talked about, okay, you can ID a type of wood species that's in a wood rack in the back of somebody's house in the dark. Yeah. Okay, but now I can look from far and I can see the profile or the way the shape of the tree is shaped from far, and I can tell what type of tree it is from, I don't know, 1,200 feet, right? I can tell because a certain tree will grow in a certain shape. It's like a linden tree, and it's funny because there's like a Sumerian type of formation where they draw. I can't tell you what it is right now at the moment, but just picture. Now we tend to think of a tree as like this. You know, you have the trunk, and then this is big bulb. But you have linden trees where you could see it goes up, but all the branches kind of arc up and arc out, but then they're not very wide, but then they taper as they go up, right? So you can tell that's a linden tree based on that form. It's not just this big circle of a crown, right? So I just started to learn certain trees. Now, say like an oak tree up at the lake where I go, the trees grow straight because they're part of the forest, but okay, you just see one limb coming off the side and another limb coming off the same side. Not just, okay, there's a limb on every side of the tree and it's going up. So I started to understand the types of ways that the limbs grow out of the tree and make the form of the tree, and that's also another aspect of tree ID. It's not going up and looking at the tree close up and inspecting it, inspecting the bark. It's looking at the way that the branches form, right? That's how I started to understand the trees too, right? It's not close up, it's the form, right? It's not all the time where you're close up to the tree. That's the thing too. It's not every tree that you can walk up to, right? And look at and then start, analyzing or deducting everything. You might be far, It's like even like where I live, I look out the window and I see some trees out there and they're like 700 feet away. Well, I want to ID those trees. And you know what? I can't get close to them. Maybe I could walk outside and get kind of close to them with this fence and all that, But then they're in people's property and stuff like that, right? So it's like, okay, well, I have to maybe drive around the block and go around to the street there to be able to ID the tree, right? So you're not always fortunate enough to be able to walk right up to the tree and to see the leaves and to see the bark to be able to ID it, right? But anyways, let's see. Let's go back to the chat here. I'm gonna finish up with the chat here. Brent says, I never knew that there were that many tree species in Canada. You know what? Okay, so Brent, it's like this. We have, say, cottage country, right? Let me think about this before I say this. Ian says, have a good night, everyone. Cheers, man. Have a good night. So tree species. There's two ranges in Canada. There's a north region and a south region, right? Now there's no trees in the far, far, far north because there's just shrubs and lichen and tundra and all that stuff. So let's say, like, because I've been to Calgary, so I see when you get to Calgary, there's almost no hardwood trees. They have a little bit of ash, they have a little bit of elm, and do they have another hardwood type or whatever? But no, they have a lot of poplar. So poplar is a softer wood, right? A lot of poplar there. So do they have different poplars? I don't remember seeing different types of poplars, right? But basically it's like this. So they don't have very many hardwoods there. In Ontario, we have a lot of hardwoods, right? And I'm sure, you get to the same latitude as Calgary in Ontario, then you're going to get the same kind of wood too, right? It's all temperature. And this is what I understand with the fish too, guys. I'm a fisherman and I understand the fish. It's a certain temperature region that they grow in. It's like, for example, here we have smallmouth and largemouth, right? Largemouth are tropical as well. They grow big. They grow giant, way bigger than the largemouth that grow here. It's because we have a shortened growth season. Because winter we have here, it means the fish don't grow all year. They only grow during the summer kind of thing, right? Or significantly grow during that. Well, being here and experiencing the oak, the elm, the beech, the ash, you go to Calgary, they have a little bit of ash, a little bit of elm, but they have mostly poplar. Let's see that range. But the West Coast is a different set of species. It's mostly softwood. You have the odd softwood species that produces a lot of heat, but they don't really have any hardwood, right? If you're in the southern United States, that's where the climate's more desertous or more tropical and all those things. It's a different story of species. They have some species that grow here that grow in the south, like I think I did a documentary on basically tree ID species number of videos, and I talked about how silver maple grows really far south as far as Florida. Is it sugar maple? I can't remember, but they do grow there, but not very prevalently, right? So you have the different species that grow. They kind of extend their range, but they keep in a certain range at the same time too. So basically, the eastern half of the United States, or the northeast quadrant, is the same as the southeast quadrant of Canada. It's all that range. So not far north in Canada, not far south in the American states, but everything that's east of the center line there, kind of thing, and east of the Rockies, is generally the same, right? So here's the thing. When you learn stuff, the more you learn, the easier it is to deduct things and to get an understanding, to get a big picture. Okay? You don't have to know everything about everything to get an understanding. So with the tree ID, it'd be nice to know every single species and every single thing and every single lat name and every single whatever, but if you get to understand the geographical regions, you're going to be able to say, yeah, this tree grows in this region, right? It's like, okay, you have Osage orange. Oh, that's amazing. Firewood. Oh, it's 32 million BTUs per quart. In Ontario, average is like 25 million BTUs per quart, going up to 28 million BTUs per quart, right? So Osage orange, it's like, well, yeah, that grows in like only a certain area. You know what I mean? Which is basically, central U.S. on the eastern side. Actually, I don't know if it really grows on the western side of U.S., but generally it grows the south, central, eastern kind of quadrant of the United States. A large range. I don't know about the tropical areas, but generally, like, let's say, so maybe South Ohio. What else is around there? Pennsylvania. Maybe northern parts of Louisiana, Arkansas, and all these things like that, right? Kind of central, kind of eastern, all those things, right? So you just kind of get to know what type of trees grow where, right? Alright, guys. But yeah, it's time to end the stream soon. But is the tree ID, Tree ID, it's been fun. It's been hard, but it's been fun. Anyways, I don't have really any chats going in, and I should cut it short. But let's remember Chuck Rogers, Iron and Oaksawmill. I want to thank everybody for signing in, for checking things out, for tolerating me, but for seeing the big message, I'll pour another drink, but I've already been into it. So anyways, salut guys. Have a good night, man. I think even some of you are signed in. You're not even watching, but you kept it signed in because you're just keeping the legacy going on, right? So I really appreciate that. And cheers, guys. I love you all. Thank you. Have a good night.